This morning, we're starting day 2 of the Southwest Native Foodways Gathering Four Seasons Series Spring Edition. We had a really great day yesterday, and we hope we have some people returning today. We're going to be opening this morning with a blessing by Cy Johnson. And at 8:15, we'll have traditional and modern practices in farming and ranching for the spring, moderated by Sterling Johnson. At 10:15, we'll have a blue corn atole food demonstration by Sewa Yuli. At 10:45, community food systems will be moderated by Patty Martinson. 12:45, we'll have a Choyabed food demonstration by Ruby Flores. And at 1:15, we'll have a closing and blessing with Mikey Enos. We have a pretty tight schedule there. There's not a lot of breaks built in. So if you need to get up and take a break, feel free. We are going to keep as tightly to the schedule as possible. And we're going to go ahead and start with Cy Johnson giving her opening. Thank you, Cy.
He's muted. Nicole, Cy, we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Is he logged in by phone?
Mm-hmm. Cy, Caitlin, do you know? Uh-huh.
Good morning, Cy. We can't hear you. Your phone is on mute. If you could unmute yourself, we can't hear you. Yep, there we go. Good morning. Morning, Cy.
Hey, complications right off the back. Makes things exciting. Are we ready?
We're all set. We're ready for you.
Okay, if we could, everybody can stand and face the east. Wherever you're at, if you can stand, face the east. Toi, tanaso kamia, toi gogo kia pumui. Abim kakku kumugokta, tabo joke. Abupoi urga noi. Amot chuk. Mohastu de ita, tana ita, tadoakak. Ita tadoakak, mod, my huma, beach, tagyo. O sa hoi gurik, go kam humach kam matabojok, moich, imabiju. Moich moi hao kai uhum. Amanato go chipkan. Moich ashkepa yanda Chabim kakam up tabojok, almost taikor kaboit. Amoit wanyum go, oit go, mohastu is kugat. Beach march. Hube chapo chamashistu kamatabojo ita mumkitak. Ya toa tragic. We hate you kachi at kudut. Uskoit tamtur. Supaya musik macam masma pim kaim. Maptapoy cycle. Aboy tamak guktak. Aboy tamak amishta ida. Matas masma ya pujuk ya masma am today took the york, am today took the even that amjuk. Mat apa mabok jo hai jo. Chiku sabi makaka tanatok. Apa poi urik tanoi, apa mui. Mak tambah poi tiger. Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna
Tapo. So, sorry. Tapo. For some of you guys, that may not understand, this is our our Nyok, our language, and um, um, this is something that was said in a strong way for some of you guys that don't speak awesome. And the whole point of a prayer is to, especially in Indian countries, to you know, pray for our well-being. No matter you know, no matter what language it is, it's always to for guidance and for help and for strength, um, and that connection to the Creator. Making those making putting your trust and believing in yourself and walking your prayers. Those are kind of things. And for what was said, um, hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Sterling Johnson. I'll be the moderator for this first panel. Um, and um, we asked Cy Johnson or my father to do the prayer, and we asked him to say it and however he wanted to say it, and he chose to say the language, um, and it's a prayer on behalf of all of us, for all of you guys that are joining us today, um, and so and there's a story that we go and we talk about here with our friends and family on the nation. It's always a joke with my dad because people ask him to say a prayer a lot, um, on behalf of people or events and or gatherings, um, and um, people are kind of afraid to ask him because sometimes there's a feeling that or in that gathering there's something that's going on, and that sense of feeling that what the medicine people sense and what they're praying for and what those gifts are used for. And they always have to say the short version because sometimes he can go, my father can go and say the prayer for and it might feel like forever. Um, and no, and it's no, it's what you're feeling, it's what you see, is what's no, no, it's that feeling that goes on. So, and in another instance, it's like, did anybody understand what he said? And at another gathering, and then saying, "Oh well, no, he wasn't talking to you. He was talking to the Creator on our behalf." And as we asked him and honored him in that way to go ahead and say that those things and praying for this gathering, this virtual gathering that we're having today. Um, Normally, yeah, we would do something in person, but but as we learn to be stronger and smarter people, and we're doing our part to not no bring the that sickness that's going around, COVID, to to our households and to family, our loved ones, and we're doing our best to still now, and that's the best about this technology nowadays is that we're doing our best to stay connected to people and reaching out and having this get together, this gathering, and saying this and doing this good work that we're doing here and over this virtual gathering. So with that, um, the first panel, thank you. So the first panel is about spring. So this is our gather. This is our second gathering. This is the spring edition, and um, we're looking for we're looking for people to talk about, especially in Indian country and different in Arizona, being being pretty unique because of you know the weather, and we have people from all over who don't know what it's like to farm or grow in Arizona. So this is a unique opportunity to share, this knowledge that we have, and then reaching other people who may start, farming in the future or have started, and are just looking for new ways to, become better. I'm like that here, and working with AHO CSA. I'm the farm manager. I'm a mentor. I train um, apprentices to be growers, good growers, and if they want to grow, they'll grow bigger, surfaces as big as they want. And we're just offering that knowledge with our Hajin here. So, and then our Hajin on this panel, coming from different parts of Arizona and to share their knowledge with y'all. And yeah, so with that, spring brings up a lot of things, um, for culturally, or and then and traditional or culturally knowledge, or and then you have non-traditional practices, and that's where we're talking about. So we brought in farmers and ranchers today to talk about what they do during this time. And I wanted to start it off by the I wasn't I want to have the panelists introduce themselves and just say a little bit more, say a little bit about themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Sai. So go ahead and start us off.
Good morning. What one of the first question is, what are the cultural practices you did during
Yo.
spring? Huh? You? Hello?
We can't hear you.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear him. I can hear you.
Hello?
Um,
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
well,
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you hear me now?
okay. Well, hello?
Yeah? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello?
Yeah, Supple.
Hello?
Yeah,
Now you got it.
yeah, all right. Go ahead,
All
introduce.
this technology and we can't get it right. Okay, we're starting off with the first question.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Cy Johnson, from down here in the south, Cells, Arizona, and I am me. I've done. I chose to be a rancher or horse person or by choice because I didn't like academics and I didn't like to work for anybody else. So I ended up doing this kind of work for many years, and then I did go to work in the 8 to 5 portion for 15 years, and then I came back. So that's who I've been, and thank you for this opportunity for me to share. So, hello? Hello, hello?
Sterling,
Anybody out there?
Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, Sapo. All right, next person, Roy or Jacob.
Jacob. Um, Good Saturday, Ghana Jacob Butler. Good morning. My name is Jacob Butler. I'm the garden coordinator for Salt River, and for about the past 18 years, we've been doing a garden program here in Salt River. And, it's changed a little bit. When we first started, it was a grant through the Habitat for Humanities in association with the U of A, the tribe, and ASU. And originally it was like a farm to table sustainability project on how to create revenue through farming or reestablishing farming in the community. That grant ended in 2006, and the tribe decided to pick it up and make it a fully integrated program within the Cultural Resource Department of Salt River. And so since then, the big difference that they had us do was they had us become a service project to the community, because the money that we made from the small 6-acre field that we had didn't compare to some of the other revenue generating enterprises of the tribe, and the understanding or knowledge of farming and these traditional practices that come from the field were very, very small here in the community. And so we became a service project that assists tribal members in growing. And so we have a community garden here, but it's different than any other community garden that you would see in like an urban setting. So we have a primary section, and that's a place that we grow our seeds for our seed bank and actually teach classes or provide an area for tribal members and everybody really to come out and get ideas of what they would like to do in their yard or their home site. So then we go to their home site and we assist with that. And then did you want to give me want me to, excuse me, did you want me to give you a little bit about who I am, I guess? Or just
Just an introduction and who you are.
cool. Yeah, so then you know, I'm a tribal member, and yeah, I've been in this field for a little over 20 years in various positions with the tribe, but I've been the garden coordinator for the past 18 years. So thank you for having me.
All right, Sapo. All right, Jacob. Roy, are you here?
Oh, yes, good morning. Siya Roy KDA, siya. Adult as a son and daughter. So, good morning. My name is Roy Katie. I am of the man born for the salt. Those are my fathers. I am from a small community called Goat Spring, Arizona, and it's right up in the northeast corner of the Navajo state of Arizona, and it's right next to Four Corners, if you're familiar with that area. and I'm an agro-pastoralist, which translates to I'm a sheep herder, and I also used to farm, but now I garden, and I'll talk a little bit more about why. And then I'm also a fiber artist, so I raise and I grow a lot of my own fiber to use in my fiber arts. And that's who I am. So thank you and good morning again.
All right, Roy, thank you. Welcome from Navajo. Thank you for this introduction. And we have one more person, Joshua. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joshua Preston. I work at the Sanitary Farm. I'm the food production coordinator. And yeah, that's what I do here for my little short introduction.
Okay. All right. So
All the way to the left, your will.
okay. All right. So we got that out of the way. So we have some questions, and we'll go ahead and start with the first question, and this is more or less for everyone to answer. So, um, what are the cultural practices you did growing up for the spring? Note that if you grew up in multiple places, you can talk about both, um, or whatever you feel comfortable sharing. So, go ahead. Whoever wants to answer it first.
Okay,
I'll
since
go first.
nobody doesn't want to go, I'll go ahead and answer that. This is Roy Katie. Some of the cultural practices that I do and my family have done, um, once we get the notion that it's spring, usually we hear the first thunder, and that's an indication of all the animals that hibernate that it's a renewal, awakening of sort. So that's how they wake up, and then we do a similar gesture and we stretch. We stretch into the heavens, and then we offer prayer and songs if we know them. And then we start to fix our fields, burn some of the weeds that might have overgrown that we don't want to have it a part of our farm. And then sometimes we also have a blessing way on a lot of the seeds, mainly the seeds that we have also carried forth for many generations, our corn, squash, melons, and so forth. And we have a blessing way over them so that we can prepare them for food. Another indication in the spring is we have cottonwood trees. So the cottonwood trees, they'll get their earrings, their tassels, and then once they open and then they start to seed, usually is another indication of when we do our first planting of our corn. So we follow that. We also follow the stars, the Pleiades. Once they become present again, that's another indication for us that planting season is just around the corner. So those are just some of the cultural practices that I still practice and that I also teach with the youth who apprentice with me. And so that's what I have to share. Again, thank you.
All right. Sai,
Yeah.
same question. What are the cultural practices you grew up doing for the spring?
It's roundups were probably one of the things that we started started learning, and that's where I came to learn about or want to be a rodeo person. Some of the things that I didn't understand and I do a little bit now is that these practices that were instilled in you at a very young age was things that you offerings that you made and gestures that you made to Mother Earth, to Father Sky, to relatives, to each others, and so I know we got up early to milk cows and for the milk that we grew up on, and then take the cows out to graze, and so that time was a special time that I can remember that we did, and in my family there was never no instructions on why we're doing this, why we're doing that. You were just told, go do this. Go do this, go do that, go do it. And we weren't given a purpose or a reason why we do that way. And one of the teachings that was came with that was that you were supposed to pay attention all the time to what's happening. And many times today, we don't pay attention to a lot of things that are happening. And so when it's time for you to go do it, you can't remember it. Just like the cultural practices. If you don't have nobody that's teaching you and showing you and guiding you, then you're going to grow up saying, well, wonder what I need to do next, what I need to do next. You know, that prayer this morning, standing up and facing the east, you know, that's our energy source. That's where we come from. I've learned a lot of these things after my childhood, but I had a choice. My mom was religious and had a Bible all the time and talked about that, and so were part of my grandmother. But I also had a dad that was drunk and drank a lot and lived a wild life, and so I got to see both sides of that coin, and so then I had to make a choice what I want to do. And these were things that I think a lot of our society today try to adapt and try to figure out, well, what works and what's important. What's important is that, you know, we have to go back to some of the basics. And some of the basics is that which way does the sun come up and which way does it set? Which way is north and which way is south? You know, some of the basics that we have to go back to. And ranching was my choice. I grew up riding horses, and they threw me on my first wild horse at the age of 7, and I've been riding since. Woohoo!
All right, couple. So before anybody answers, we have another panelist. I didn't see him on the call, but he's with us now. So go ahead and introduce yourself, Nolan.
I'm Connor Autumn from South Arizona. I'm the farm manager for Tulka, and I've been working at the Alexander Poncho Memorial Farm for almost 20 years, since 2002. and I was working with the program, Tohono O'odham Community Action (TOCA), which is no longer around now. But as a family member and a former staff of TOCA, and someone who just uh, liked the idea of being on your own and growing stuff, I've stuck with it when I come back from just working a regular job after Toka left, and uh, working with my brother Terrell. I just help him keep it going, and with Aho Sustainable Program, um, with help from them and other people who just like the idea that we need to keep this going, and it's important to keep the farm going, to grow traditional foods. I've been sticking with it, and now it's a little bit better with the this program and the college and everyone that's former staff member or that just agrees with the idea that we need to keep this farming idea and the idea of keeping our traditional seeds going. We need to keep them alive and well and being practiced. So that's what I'm doing right now.
All right. So since you're still here, um, the question was, what cultural practices did you grow up doing for the spring?
Um, I don't remember anything specific. As far as springtime, doing things according to what traditionally were done. My dad was a mechanic and worked up at Kid Peak, and his weekends were his weekends. So we spend a lot of time working on vehicles on Saturdays and working at our pasture fencing and just repairs around the house. So I didn't get none of the stuff that were done before. People had jobs and had households to help out with them on if they were doing farming or doing wild harvest. So I didn't get that until I started working with Toka. Is when I finally started to practice what I was taught in the elementary school, and a lot of the things that I learned in the elementary school of how things were done. I actually started having to do because my job was to help bring back traditional auction farming and to help bring back these traditional seeds and to help bring back the practice of harvesting wild foods and preparing them and eating them. So, and a lot of the things that went into that kind of lifestyle, I actually didn't start practicing until I started working with Toka. That just kind of naturally came in as well. You need to prepare for the fields. You need to make sure the equipment's running right before the monsoon season. You need to get out there and start tilling the soil, getting it ready for monsoon season before it starts to get hot. You need to get these seeds prepared. You need to clean the seeds. You need to make sure you have enough seeds. If you don't have seeds, you need to make sure you find some somewhere. You need to share your seeds with other people who need to get ready to. So I didn't get that until I started working with the program and actually living the lifestyle of a farmer. And just recently, since the pandemic happened, um, the program uh, the program slowed down as far as a paycheck. So during the pandemic and my off season of in between the farm season, planting season, there was that break where it was the wild harvest. So just because of necessity that I needed to to do something and to help bring in a little money for myself, pay my bills, I was uh, wild harvest, wild food harvesting, and so that's where I'm at for. And I've always, with working with Tokehead, I've always the person that made sure um, when we had wild food harvest gatherings, I was always the person that made sure there was water, there was porta johns, there was everything that things needed to be to get the things running. I never really had an opportunity to participate and to watch in detail how things were prepared, how the Jordan was prepared, how the baitach was cooked and prepared. I never had an opportunity to really get hands-on to learn how to do that. I was always in the background taking care of things, making sure the camps and the gatherings ran right. So since the pandemic and the year before that, I was on my own and saw that there was an opportunity to gather wild foods and harvest and cook and prepare and to sell some of it to help make ends meet. Did I start paying attention to the seasons, when things are ready to be harvested, when things are getting ready to be harvested, to make sure your all your pots and your wood pile is ready to burn when you cook. Make sure you have screens, make sure you have um, places to go scouting, going out and scouting places where the geodom's ready, where paying attention to the baitach, where they're blooming, where they're not blooming, when an area is going to be ready to pick the first area that's going to come in early. It wasn't until I started working with Toga, and I started working with Toga back in 2002, where I really started to get introduced to the life of farming and paying attention to the seasons for wild harvest, paying attention to the seasons, rain seasons. Um, it wasn't until then, back in 2002, that I really started. I was introduced to it, and then it wasn't in the past 2 years to where I was really starting to really actually practice the whole circle, the whole year of living and living off of the wild foods that came, and then living off of the foods that you grow. It wasn't until then that I started really paying attention to that and was introduced to that kind of a lifestyle.
All right, Suppo. Jacob, question. Um, what are cultural practices you did growing up for the spring?
Trying to call my mom. She's awake. My still outside. Yeah.
Uh, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem.
So, you know, oh, hey, Nolan, real quick, it's good to see you. Finally, see your face. I talked to you a couple of times. Well, it's good to
Yeah.
see you.
Same here.
But yeah, growing up out here and then Salt River, my generation, a few generations before me, we didn't have a real school system out here. We had the day school, and that was only like kindergarten through part of elementary, and so we all went to school outside of the community, and really a lot of our our ways of being in daily life is fully integrated into like the modern society's way of living, and so for me, like traditional practices um, weren't as prominent as some of the other speakers, and so it's awesome to be able to just be here and listen to some of your experiences, but it's also kind of comforting that we're all comforting and scary, that we're all kind of having some of those same issues, like your dad's talked about, some of the things that he did and some of the things that he didn't do. And Nolan mentioned some of the things that, he did, and some of the things that he wasn't involved in until he got older, and I think for me, it's a little bit of the same. So during the spring, we look forward to spring break and things like that, at school. But um, I was also a bad kid, or like uh, I gave my mom and dad a lot of issues, and so I would get sent to my grandmother's house, and she lived out in the back of the community where our fields are, and because I was in trouble, I would work in those fields. Like she would put me to work with a lot of the farm laborers, and I would pick I would pick all the crops that were just coming out of like the winter time, and I would do it, and I hated doing all that work because I was as a punishment, right? So like for me, it was just something to do because I got in trouble, and so then I would have to go to her yard and clean up all of the gopher holes and do all that. So on my spring breaks and my spring times are usually spent at my grandmother's house, um, taking care of her chickens and her animals and doing a lot of work. But like I would say one of the fondest things that I can remember as a kid is swimming in our ditches in our not only our irrigation ditches but the canals. Like we had an old tractor like with a wrecking ball on it that was hung over the canal. We used to swing off of that and jump into the canal and then let the current take you all the way down and jump out and do it again, you know. And today everybody says to watch out because the canal's dangerous and it could kill you. And I'm sure it can, but you know, we're little kids and we used to do that every summer and every spring. That was something that we look forward to. But you know, that's changing here because and not just for programs like mine, but they've adopted a cultural curriculum through all of the school systems. And so from kindergarten through 12th grade, there's a cultural component, you know, and originally when it started, a lot of people um, had mixed feelings on that. They they said, you know, Himadak and, you know, our traditional practices should be taught at home. And traditionally, that's where you learn. And that's true. But today, there's far and few of those people that have that knowledge in our community. And a lot of families were taught that this traditional way and this traditional way of life and being is detrimental to success in modern society. And so my parents weren't taught how to speak. You know, I remember my grandmother had a tattoo on her forehead that had her clan symbol. And early in my life, she had it removed because she used to get questioned about it at the grocery store and in the city. You know, and today, no one remembers what that symbol was because we weren't taught. You know, so there's been a lot of cultural loss. And like my dad had us a little later in life, so a lot of my generation, their great grandparents are my grandparents, like peers. And so there's been generations upon generations of people that were taught that this is detrimental to success and it's something that should be honored as our past, but not necessarily practiced. And so there's been a lot of loss. And that's one of the reasons they incorporated those things into our community and you know, even our program. And so now, you know, that's what we've been doing is going out like figuring out what we did and trying to apply that. You know, and I'd like to go back a little bit because you know I said I didn't grow up this way, but not only my grandmother, but at our home we had friends that used our land to raise cattle, and the gentleman had he had severe PTSD from being in Vietnam, you know, and he couldn't butcher his animals, and so we raised Brahma bulls, horses, and pigs, and all that stuff. And like I can quarter a pig in about 30 minutes, and I can quarter a full grown like bull or cow in about an hour, and get it all separated out. So I mean that's something that like I think is awesome that I grew up with because as an adult I've been able to apply it here. Um, and teach others, you know, how to process animals, how to process large game like deer and things like that. And we went to Fort McDowell a while back and showed the AWBA or the Yavapai how to process a deer out. And I got kind of called on the spot, and I did it with a little tiny like neck knife. But it was those teachings that I had as a kid, and so when I say you know we didn't grow up this way, there were still things that weren't taught to us as cultural, but there are things that trickled down from the past, you know, and we still retained. And so, so I did have a lot of that, you know, and then as a young adult, just older kid, I wanted to know who we were. If you look at me, like my name's Jacob, right? And I look like I'm Jukum, and I am. I'm all the man Jukum, but I've lived here all my life, and this is who I claim. I claim the money Autumn, and so this is what I wanted to know who we were. And so then I would ask people, and they would tell me, I don't know anything. And these are our cultural people. And at the time, I had a shaved head and I didn't look the way. And so I started learning what we did every day. Like, what do we do in daily life? We're a sedentary tribe. We hunted and we farmed, and farming was a big part of our way here. And here in the Salt River Valley, they had 1,000 miles of canals that irrigated over 100,000 acres of land, and that's twice as much as the boundaries of our community now. And so I learned how to do all that. I went out and started gathering all kinds of foods and things like that. So now we look for like the guavo right now. We look for the last bit of the silver jewel that's still showing, before it goes back into the ground. And we check out the mesquite and the queen, and see when that's ready. And we look at the hanam, or like you guys say down there, the jadam, and see where that is, because it's going to be harvested soon. But things are changing, and I think that's one of your other questions, so I'll wait for that. But yeah, there's been a lot of difference from being an adult to as a kid. And I think it's cool to see these kids, they have a better understanding of who they are, where they came from than we do, and their parents do. And so that's a beautiful thing to see. And there was a comment made a long time ago that I didn't agree with at the time. They said, well, the elders of today are the elders of yesterday, but they're still elders and they still have knowledge, and then the last year before the shutdown happened, I was approached by our senior center to speak to the male patients at the senior home, and then any other elders in the community that wanted to hear of the male role in Altum society. And to me that was just weird, because they're the ones that should be teaching me, and I felt really uncomfortable um, being in that position. And so I declined and asked if they could find somebody else, and I think they did. But that's kind of where we're at right now. There's been a lot of loss and a lot of moving on into the future. But and you know, I'm very much 21st century indigenous person, but I think moving into modern times so fast without retaining who we are is scary. And so there has to be a balance. And I think we're trying to bring that back with programs like mine and the other ones that we have here. So we're learning those things. If I can make a long-winded question into a long-winded answer into a simple question, simple responses, we're learning those things and we're bringing them back right now.
All right, supple. Thank you for sharing. Just real quick, the way the panels is set up, just to give a little background, we have different autumns. So we have Jacob is from Salt River, so right there, right next to Scottsdale and Tempe. We have Cy, my father, which is down in Donna Autumn, and Nolan Johnson on Donna Autumn, and then the ages too. And then we have Roy up north in Navajo. And the idea was that to kind of show that transition, two elders, two adults, and then leads to our next panelist, which is Joshua, who's a young man that's in Santa and Walk. And Joshua, same question for you. Growing up, what are the traditional practices you did for the spring, if any? And you're open to share whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah, growing up, um, I went to school here on the reservation in Santa Fe, and I didn't leave until high school. But during those years at the mission school, we had cultural classes, And I remember 2 years in particular, once when I was in kindergarten and another when I was in 7th grade, when Clifford Pablo came around during the springtime to try to teach us a little bit about planting. I remember how excited we were to go outside and put our hands in the dirt, and how some of us weren't that excited about doing the work. But I remember always wanting Clifford to come back, and he never did. And I don't think it was on him. I think it was on the school. I think it has to do with the Catholicism. You know, maybe they thought it was too, I guess,
All right. Um, all right. Let me. So next, so we'll go ahead and go back with the rotation again with Roy. Question. After growing up doing traditional practices, the next question is: Do you still do, do you still do the same practices, or have you adopted new practices? And if so, what are those practices? Those new practices are.
Oh, yes. Good morning again. I still do a lot of the same practices that I grew up with. Um, a lot of the ceremonial aspects of farming, um, the prayers, the blessing way, and also planting some of the beans and the corns together with the squash, and also some rotation of the plants or some of the new stuff that I'm adapting. Using a greenhouse, a geodesic dome greenhouse, is a new adaptation for myself. Um, Starting seedling in the manner that is how I learned at some of the gardening workshops is another component to how I garden now. But sometimes I still utilize the planting materials that my mother showed me, and that is horse manure, a year-old horse manure, and using that with a little bit of the local dirt mixture or the soil from the farm, and making that my starting soil. And also a lot of those other adaptations that are modern, that I also utilize. Drip irrigation is one of them as well, because now we have very limited water. I guess we'll talk about that later. So yes, I still do a lot of the cultural teachings, and also the cultural sharing that was shared with me by my grandparents and some of the local community members. They would be my clan relations that live nearby, and I resort to them at times when I do have questions, and how they've done certain ways of planting, and so forth. And then again, like I said, a lot of newer adaptations is what I also um, utilize. So that's what I have. Thank you again.
Nyok, same question. Do you still have same practices that you did growing up? And if you adopted new ones, please elaborate.
All righty. I've adopted a lot of other practices from my journey that I went on, which was my rodeo. Especially in the horsemanship, one of the things that I have done for many years and chose to do myself, which is ride start horses and train them and get them prepared for work. And I tell the people, a lot of students that I worked with before, to tell them, I said, well, you know, those horses, they have a lot of better retention span to retain a lot of things because they don't have TV or they don't have the modern technology that we have as human beings, and we get confused in what we're supposed to be doing. Where an animal, he doesn't, you know, have all of that stuff, so he can keep in contact with all the natural stuff. So I've learned how to put some of those to practice, but I still honor those old ways because that's what I was told, that in order for us to maintain and get the balance back to our existence today, is that we have to remember that there is a greater spirit that's greater than any one of us, and that we have to reach out and ask for that help on keeping our identity of who we are as a Autumn or Navajo or Pima or Hopi or whoever, but our identity of who we are makes us the unique person that we should be, and helps us advance and grow because those historical practices that were done way back then made us who we are now. But what a lot of things that have come about is that the adaptation to the modern ways of education. We got to write this. We got to right now. You got to put it in a computer. And in autumn, they say, "Sta'ubitama." It's scary because you don't know who you're putting it to. And today, we use a lot of things against each other to advance. And in the end, no matter how much you want to hoard or how much you want to be sada, or sada meaning stingy with that knowledge and land and all those, you're not going to take it. I found that out because that's what my dad said. I guess I'm going to leave everything here that I worked for and I worked on, and you guys use it in a good way, and that's what our job is that we prepare something, and we hope and do our best to teach the next person, next generation, to step up and utilize that practice. So that's what I think culture is, and that's what we should be doing. But today we send out people, we say, on the autumn they say, him ko masham ko mai haichu ko tata ko tamasham. Go out and learn what it is out there to exist in the world, and then come back and teach us. Well, military was probably one of the first places that they went to go learn. And what did they bring back? They bring back psychological warfare, which is PSC, to try to combat their problems. And then the only thing that they taught us was how to be crazy. And and that's what I think is our biggest battle that we have now. Shacho skugat, what is good? To teach what is good to teach, so that we can make this life meaningful and useful for the next generation. So those are some of the things, and again, I can be like our relative said, make a long question, real that should be have a simple answer, but there's really no simple answer to a lot of things. Is if you want to make sure that it's preserved, and we have to figure that out. So the practices, I still get up at 3-4 o'clock in the morning and offer my prayers and pray for this pandemic and all of the good for our people and our relatives. And so I think that that's something that is going to continue on, and we have to continue on in order for us to keep our feet on the ground until we're ready to move on, till the Creator says it's time to go home. Ho-ho!
Well, that's helpful. Nolan, same um, same question. Did what practices you still do that are that were taught to you, and what or the new practices that you're incorporating in your life now? As
Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, I can talk as far as when I started the farming. Um, the practice of preparing yourself, getting ready for the hot summer, going outside, and I know it's springtime. It was it was nice outside. It was cool. It's been windy. What I noticed a lot of times too is when people come back to the farm, and for myself too, is you need to start acclimating your body, getting it ready to get used to being outside, working in the heat, and a lot of times people will get sick first first time being out there and doing rigorous work. I know I myself too, but just being careful with yourself, being careful, paying attention to your body, drinking a lot of water, preparing your body, slowly getting out there. And springtime to me is a time to do that, to prepare your body to slowly start getting used to doing the rigorous work outside, and making sure you drink water. But eventually, your body gets there to where you can tolerate the heat, and you can tolerate the the uh, the labor that you're doing out there in the farm. But that first go, if I'm not ready, if I don't prepare myself and get out there early, and slowly, gradually work my body into being able to be out there when it does get hot, is I get sick. People get sick, and you got to watch that. You got to take care of your body. So preparing yourself, and I can turn that over to preparation. That's what I learned from my grandparents is preparation. They're always preparing for something ahead of time. Um, I did grow up. Well, we did go out and harvest spice nuts with my grandparents, and we did go out and harvest the basket weaving material, the yucca. So preparing their gathering baskets, and like I said, making sure you have your fireplace ready, your wood ready, prepare your pots and everything ready. That's one thing that I got from being with my grandparents, is always preparing for whatever you're expected to do. Always prepare for whatever for whatever reason. Preparing, so you're not just running around at the last minute, and you're not caught unexpected with things that you knew if you prepared for, you'd be further along. But since 2002 when I started with the farming, preparing, like I mentioned, making sure your equipment's maintenance and ready to go. We're doing any repairs or do modifications to make it better this season. And I've for the past since I started, it's always been like that. How can we make things better? How can we make things better? Allowing you that time to experiment before the real thing happens. That's one thing that I like about having a pond there that we have in college. We have 3 ponds that we catch the water and it's stored in the a dirt pond. Is that gives us time to um, jump on the season to start growing our stuff out and getting caught up, getting ahead of the weeds. So when it does rain, our plants are already up and already established before the weeds are. But now, now when you're talking about that we adopted new things, now with the drought and the later seasons, the rain season happening later, um, do that now, doing that out now out in the field. We're not there all the time. Is the animals will come in and eat the first thing that comes up because it's sometimes in the areas the only green stuff that they see, and the only water that they smell is when we start uh, using the water in the ponds to water the field, and the animals smell that and they'll come and they'll just wipe us out. So we don't really look to doing that anymore now because of that. So what we're doing now is we're starting seedlings at home. I had right at home. I have a seed table and I covered it with some good wire mesh so the birds won't get to it. And I grow them out first before I plan on putting them in the ground and then containers too. At my house, I'm starting a container garden, but I do have some plants set aside that we're gonna put them in the fields. So with this drought coming, we'll talk about it later on. From what I see with the questions is um, starting new things out was mentioned before. Someone using drip irrigation. There's not a lot of water out there that we can depend on now. Um, so drip irrigation, starting with seedlings, is one of the ways that we're seeing that we may have to start really just making it a normal thing. Before we were able to just go out there and put them in the ground in the field and not worry them too much. But now it's a constant battle with the animals and with water.
All right, Sapo. All right, Jacob. Same question. Any practices you still do, and if there's new ones, what are they?
Yeah, so working with those animals at home, at my grandma's house, uh, I didn't know that it was setting me up to do the work that I do today. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an artist and an architect, and I started some schooling to do that, and then this this path kind of just I fell into it, and then found out I like doing it, and those things that I learned, at my grandmother's house and from running those cattle and all that. Like I learned that there's not a lot of people that still know that here, and so I started applying that to the things that we do, and Mr. Johnson, I was part of those cowboy camps that he had out here, in Salt River, and it's an awesome thing to be able to be part of all those. And the first range management program that they had with these horses, they had really highly educated staff, but they didn't know how to round up horses and they didn't know how to drive them down, into these pens. And so, early on in that program, we got to get involved, and then we would drive these horses all the way down Beeline Road and across the road, and then all the way into the chutes there, and then they needed to like castrate them, like, and then give them their shots, and nobody knew how to use a rope. And so they put a call out and said, does anybody know how to do any of this stuff? And so a few of us, it was weird because there's some people from the police department, myself, friends of mine, we all went out there and we were working with these staff that had this really high degree of education, but they never applied any of it. They never did that work. And those things I learned as a kid that I took for granted, were things that people just never even experienced. And so it was a lot of fun. There's a lot of like bruises, and like sore bones at the end of the day, but it was good, and so I used a lot of that. And then working in those fields, you work for a long time, you get paid just a little bit of money. And I saw young men throw up and get exhausted faster than the older folks. And those older farmers, they just work. And so they taught me, you need to pace yourself. Just because you're young and you think you can do it doesn't mean that you can sustain that. And they didn't say it that way, but they taught me that. And so coming into this position, I see a lot of people that we work with want to get the job done so they have the time to chill out, and they get sick or they're exhausted and they can't do a lot of work. And some of the people that I've worked with here as an adult that work the best outside are older. They've done that work, they've experienced those things, and they know how to pace themselves. And because they don't work so hard, they're able to get a lot more done. And so those are things that I learned as a kid, that I've applied today, and we still do. We used to have be part of this Buffalo Coalition, and um, that coalition would offer the tribe free meat. We would have to harvest them. We actually had a buffalo herd in Camp Verde, that we would go and harvest. And so those skills that I learned from my house were applied there, and we got to be the ones to go up there for those special instances and harvest those animals so that they were done in the right way. And so those are the things that I kind of brought with me here. And then the stuff that I learned, on my own about farming and harvesting, those are the things that we first applied when I came on and we started turning this into a service project. So, like Nolan was saying earlier, what we do now, like for me, like my practices start like in January. Like I'm already making calls to all the home sites that want home gardens. We're already getting our fields turned over in January, and we're trying to till that ground or build that soil up on top without tilling it. There's different practices, but we're taking care of that soil and getting it ready for the planting. And we're told here that the cutoff for us traditionally was about March 15th. And so we try to get all our plantings done by then. And now with some of the modern techniques, we can plant in the ground a little earlier. We can get our plantings done the middle of February. And so all of this stuff is happening right before the spring season. And then we go out and we try to harvest those things that don't come from the field. And so I was really amazed to find out that more than 60% of the Agrimaltum diet is still, or was still, traditionally harvested from wild annuals. So we had a very diverse amount of seeds of this kite. Let's see if we can pick that up. But there was different types. And even with all that amount of different varieties of food that we grew in the field, we were still dependent heavily on the things that were offered to us seasonally. So we had a very um, deep connection with those seasons and those times. And those are things that I'm trying to incorporate back into this program so that we can have a better understanding of how we ate. And so we do those things. We also go fishing, and I go fishing on my own. And I grew up fishing. My mom and dad taught me. My grandpa taught me, and so then I heard accounts of like how the like pioneers or travelers would be coming through, and um, they couldn't catch fish, and they're right off the water, and then they meet the autumn, and the autumn would kind of laugh and tell them, well, we can help you. Then they take off and come right back and have a whole bunch of fish, and so I was like, well, how do they do it? And so I heard an older gentleman telling me, well, they used to grab them by their hands when they're asleep and they're underwater. And I was like, yeah, right. So I started learning about that, right? And then we would, I guess they call it noodling. So we would go noodling and we would like dive under the water and hold our breath. And there's little holes in the ground. And now today, I probably couldn't do that. Probably just drown or something. but I learned how to do all that, and that goes back to when I was saying, these cultural people, they didn't share with me the things that they knew, but I didn't look like the person that would take them seriously, and I think thought they were wasting their time. And so when I started learning these things, people shared with me, oh, well, you're doing it this way, this is how you're supposed to do it, and if you do it like this, or don't point at your art tomahawk because you get it embarrassed and it'll shrivel up and die, and like all these little things. And I think that's still something that's very important is the youth should understand too, or anybody willing or wanting to learn, is that you have to put in that dedication and show that you're serious about learning these things, because that's a lot of time and a lot of energy to invest to people. So I know I'm going to go away. I talk in these big circles and try to come back to the point that you asked me to make, but um, but yeah. So then we did that, and we've actually participated in a lot of fish studies with our environmental office here to see what we can eat, because with all the funding and all the information, for the life of them, they couldn't catch any fish. And so those things I learned as a child, we apply in this position now, and so we assist our environmental office heavily with those issues related to the alcohol, and even our little areas where we have the thaw here, and talk about how these noxious weeds and this other things are affecting those plants, or how water contamination is affecting these fish. And it was funny because they had these guys out there with these big nets just wading in the water trying to catch fish, like they were in a fish tank. And so we actually got funded to do it for 2 months. We had to go fishing and all these fish, because we had to collect a whole range of different species. We fished all up and down both the Verde and the Salt River on the reservation, and they're like, "Well, how do you know what to get?" So I've fished these waters my whole life, done it by hand and everything. And they live in different areas and they stay in different places, so we know these things. And it was a cool thing to apply that knowledge that we learned by applying it and doing it all our lives to something that can help people understand what they can actually eat from the water. And so I'm the garden coordinator, and my guys are called garden techs, right? Well, our jobs here are really intertwined with all the different aspects of like facilitating cultural activities and cultural practices. And so we do a lot of stuff with other departments, and so like for me it's a blessing, because these are things that we're advocating people do on their own, and we want them to return to these ways. But I'm very humble, and I understand full well and acknowledge that I get paid to do that, and I can support my family to do that, and it's a blessing for me. And so yeah, those are some of the things that I apply in this position, and we're always learning new things from people like you guys. Nina was saying, I don't know, like that she was happy to see me on this panel, and I said, I look up to all of you. I was excited to be here just to hear your voices. And so um, the things that we learn, we today we still take in, and we share it with our community too. Oh, one more thing, sorry. There's one thing that I have to say, because like You guys are talking about drip and all these other things, that's important. And we try to do that too. But one of the things that I think is really cool is we can also take from those old practices, those ancient practices. And so we've actually started putting in a lot of rock mounds and different forms of these rock gardens. And these are old techniques to conserve water and to still grow food. And this last year really sucked for us because we weren't able to be out in the field very much. And a lot of our plants were suffering from it. But the plants that we placed in these designs that are ancient, that predate even the canal systems, when we started back to work a few weeks ago, those ones were thriving. They didn't look like they were affected at all. And even when we're here, there's a design that we put in that we only watered twice a year. Out here, we only water it twice a year, and those are techniques that are practiced for time immemorial here. Like I said, they're older than the canal systems, and they very much are applicable to today's issues that we're facing with water and climate change. So thank you. I would go ahead now.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Wow, I mean, fishes. I mean, uh, that's something unique, especially for autumns down here. You don't know about fishing, even though we were always told there was fishes at some point. So, Joshua, same question. Growing up, did you do any of the practice you did learn in school, or and then if you put them to use, then what else did you use new that you incorporated into your into the farm?
Okay. Yeah. As I was saying before, like, yeah, he used to come over, and I wish he continued to come because I really enjoyed it, and I know a lot of other students enjoyed it. But after middle school, there's nowhere to go. You have to go to the city to go to high school, and so that's where I went. I ended up in the city going to school, and for as long as I can remember, we've always had to get up before the sun just to catch the bus. Um, my first semester for my freshman year, I went to Desert View, and then for the rest of my academic life, I went to um, at the time it was called Western Institute for Leadership Development, but now it's called Changemaker. And they didn't have a bus; it was a charter school, and so they offered us bus passes. And again, we still had to get up before the sun just to get from Sanavir all the way to the other side of town, which took about an hour and a half. An hour and a half there, then an hour and a half back. But throughout that whole time, I was still going to ceremony. But I also remember my dad telling me when I was younger that, son, you're going to have to learn to walk in two worlds. And I never really understood that. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're right, whatever, And like as a kid, and as a kid growing up on the reservation, seeing everybody like you, it's like you just feel comfortable. But when you go out to the outside, they look at you different. Um, I wasn't even able to grow my hair long because there were students that were making fun of me, like, oh, mop head, and like after a while, I got tired of it, so I started cutting it. Um, but now that I work here, I feel more comfortable in my own skin again. I've always, when those 4 years when I was in high school, it always felt like, yeah, I had to switch off my autumn side and turn on, my American side. I couldn't. I had no one to relate to. No one could get our jokes, and me and my brother. But I also did agriculture over there at school too. So I've always been a part of agriculture in one way or another. It's just around this time, it's on a much bigger scale. Um, this time I'm using tractors, and I had to learn about irrigation rather than just turning on a hose. I had to do math for what I plant, when I plant. But one of the practices that has been going on here for a while during the springtime is when we start our fields, we usually do a blessing. And we just did that not too long ago. And it's always been just 3 or 4 of us out there in the field. But this year we've had Sterling, Nina, and their apprentices come out, which was a big help. We would have never got it done that quick without them. It'll usually take us like 2, 3 days just for the 4 of us going back and forth. So it was pretty shocking to see that we finished before the afternoon. I think we even finished before 10. So it was awesome. And I'm looking forward to them coming back again and helping us do what we need to do. But yeah, this is for me. What I do is like I have 2 different sleeping schedules, one for the summer and one for the winter, like we've been talking about. When I'm coming out of summer, I start getting up a little earlier again, um, just so I can get used to it. But yeah, I don't think much of my personal traditions changed much. Besides, you know, just doing it on a much bigger scale than I've done it before. And it's cool. Like I like telling people that I get paid to be all of them. You know, I get paid to study who who I am and who we were before. I mean, just like everybody else here that's in the agriculture world. You know, everyone's trying to go back to the trying to see how they did it traditionally and how that tradition can help us now, which is what we do today. You know, we still do. As I see it, we farmers are scientists. And we'll always be scientists because once we get a season done, we're like, okay, we did it this way. How can we do it better? Or that way didn't work. So what else can we do? You know, it's always like that. Always something. We're always switching it up every year, just trying to make it a better harvest, a better year, and yeah, just having partners too is pretty cool. You know. So yeah, like I said, I'm glad Aho comes out now and they help us out, and I'm looking forward to them coming again um, in the near future. So yeah.
All right, it's helpful. Thank you, Joshua. Yeah, our apprentices and our Center for Sustainable Agriculture did come out as part of our training. See farming in different forms, and with Nolan Johnson um, out there at the Pancho Farm, maybe and showing us the dryland farming. For some of you guys may not know, Nolan does run a dryland field farm, which means it only operates during the monsoon season. So, which kind of leads us into the next question. And Nolan touched on it, and Jacob has touched on it. Unfortunately, Roy Caddy from Navajo up in Four Corners had to go to another meeting, so he wasn't able to finish off this conference with this panel with us. So um, the next question is, has has climate change affected your area and how? So we'll go in order. So New York.
Okay, we're back on.
Oh,
Climate change. Um, there's an effect for everything that we do, and one of the oldest teachings that I learned or that was stuck with me is that you know we as human beings, we're the ones that make a lot of changes. We predict that this is going to happen. We say this is going to happen, and sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen, and so one of the very basics is prayer. When we pray for this way, and you guys that do farming, you pray for your seeds. You pray that with everything done in such an order, it's going to be productive. It's the same thing in riding horses and ranching. Is that we pray for a good year. What are we going to do? How are we going to work them, and what are we going to get out of it when it does happen? And that's some of the things that's so basic that we don't do no more, because many people say that's the old way. That's the old way. It's always the old way. Well, some of the listening to the Hadron from Akmiraldan about using some of those ancient ways to that still work. Well, a lot of stuff still works if we practice it. But again, the reason why a lot of things don't work is because we're so eager to change to the next page. We're going to do it this way. We're going to do it that way. We're going to do it. And that's one of the things that right here on Tohono, we're so overgraced with cattle and horses because we're playing a numbers game. I got to have more horses, got to have more cows. Why? You can only ride one horse and you can only milk one cow if you do that. Or we're so into that numbers game that we don't realize the effect that it's having on Mother Earth, on the area that you're in. And that's something that we got to start managing. Again, yes, that's the key word is managing. We got to manage our time, manage our area that we have, so that we can go, we can have the best. And one of the other things is that what is the best? And Nolan talked about utilizing some of the traditional practices, or the stuff that grows naturally, to harvest it and make a livelihood with it. Well, a lot of us, it wasn't a livelihood. It wasn't to gain riches or to get ahead of anybody else. It was to prepare yourself for the next thing that we get on in the harvest of the bahitats, the chuak, the top of the boil, to make the nawit, so that you can have the feast, or the ceremony for the rain. And those things that we don't do no more, because we say they're dying, and they are disappearing because we don't practice it. But how do you start practicing it? And the start of the practice is the actual doing it. You got to do it. You got to do those things before, and be real. Be real about it. A lot of us get tired of one thing, and we decide that we're going to do it this way. We're going to do it that way. and we have this competition with modern technology. We're sitting right in it right now. We're using this modern technology of the phone, and we call it modern, but it was a way that we used it long time ago. You think about it, you use it in your head, and you work those things to make it work. And I'm gonna be signing off on this because I gotta go take care of my animals and get things, keep things rolling in the way things in my own practices and what I have to do. And forgive me for some of the things that maybe I didn't get a chance to talk about or didn't get a chance to, and especially some of our practices that we don't bridge together so that way we can make it all work. You know, how do you make it work? When I was doing the horse camps, that's what I was telling the kids, is that one of these days, then that when that electricity goes off or when this not available, what are you going to do? How are you going to adapt? What are you going to make work? How are you going to make it work? And I use that horse because that horse is my teacher and my way that I can pass that knowledge on to the next generation, because again, everything works hand in hand if you are doing it in a good way. And it can have a runaway train where you think, well, now I got it and I can fly, and you crash when you fly. And that's the prayer that I said this morning, you know. We're reaching out to you, the Creator, and you reach down to us and guide us on this earth so that way we can make the best of it. We are now the prime target on land because people see how crowded it's getting everywhere else, and now we're sitting on this reservation. We call them reservations, and everybody's saying, well, how come you don't develop this? How come you don't put this? How come you put this? And that's what we're going to be challenged with in the future, is what are you going to do? And are you, if you're in the horse business or in the farm business, how are you going to develop and grow and make it better quality? And our responsibility is take care of our nation. That's what they call a nation. Take care of our people. And if we can take care of our people, then we can reach out to others. That's like taking care of me. I got to take care of me first before I can take care of anybody else. So we have to learn how to do that. And kukuri, that's what they meant when they say, "Oh, nyukut, tose inyukut." You take care of yourself. Really take good care of yourself. And I got my mom's 85 years old, and she's starting to feel her elderly, who's starting to have different things, and that's one of the things that I gotta go take care of. And this word that is used, and we don't understand it because we didn't really have it in our vocabulary as autumn. When they say, "We love you," "I love you," and we didn't know what that means, because in autumn it was be see some hawhead. I really like you, and uh, we had no about. That's one of the things that reasons why are in the we're in the area that we're in because we're trying to adapt all of these new technology and words and uh, even with this high tech stuff that we got. So I want to say, Manyasiha Murit, speak, Murit, Wusit. That means I really value you, whoever you are. So thank you. Oh,
Tapo. Estoy opening. Right. Um, Nolan. Same question. How um, how has climate change affected your area? If so, how?
Okay. Well, when I started with Toka in 2002, I used to go to these conferences around farming and climate change, and there's people, other tribes speak on it, and um, I would be um, back then it was like, well, we got water, we got our season in, and it rained when it needed to rain. It the water flowed through our fields when it needed to flow through our fields, and we got a harvest. And we had things that we have out there, the squash and the melons that the animals got to that they didn't get to, and it was good. We grew all the autumn crops out there, and I didn't know what they were talking about. I didn't see what they were talking about. I mean, on TV, I could see other places where they were saying, "Well, climate, this is an effect of climate change," and I didn't see it here when I started, uh, and it was like that for years. It was like, well, we're okay. Since I started, every season, summer season, we got cropping. We got the rains and we got cropping, and I didn't like I mentioned before, I wasn't heavily into the picking of the wild foods, but I didn't notice any changes out there in the desert where the wild foods are grown and harvested. I didn't see that. I didn't see anything different. Um, and then it was only just past in the past three years and past year and year 2 years that I started harvesting the wild foods is that I'm seeing things that aren't the same back in 2002 when I started. Last year, our rain season came in late. It didn't rain. Um, we didn't get that flood that goes through our fields and the rain right on top of the fields until August, late August. And throughout the years, mid-August was kind of the ending point. If you didn't get your seeds in mid-August, you're gonna risk of running your crops into winter. And we've done that. I've done that. I've always tried to see how far things will go, and some seasons they'll survive, some seasons it won't. Most seasons it didn't. So mid-August, end of August is kind of pushing it, but that's our cutoff time, and it didn't rain until then. So I put in the crop because the rains came, and I said, well, maybe because the adjustment of the rain, maybe the season's going to be longer. Well, we things were doing great, and one night we had a frost and we lost that crop. Um, so uh, for the past 2 3 years, it's been like that. Um, we won't get that the much. We won't get the rains that flow through on time, or long periods of time where there's a stretch of no rain. It's changed since I started in 2002. It's not the same, and um, I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but from what I'm seeing something different. And on TV, they're saying it's climate change. So um, that's my experience that I'm saying is that well, if that's what climate change is doing, then that's what it's doing here. And since I started paying attention to
wild harvest seasons, um, things have always been spotty. Like I mentioned, we go and scout areas where we know the harvest is going to come up sooner than the rest, and we'll go and harvest there, and then we'll scout places where the cholla buds haven't bloomed yet, so we'll go and move there to extend our season. The same thing with the phytops. But this season, I noticed that um, it's sparse. I noticed a lot of the cholla buds were going to fruit uh, more than producing the cholla buds. So it takes me longer to harvest a 5 gallon bucket of cholla buds than it did in the past 2 years. And it's coming in fast. They come in fast, and I don't know if that's a survival technique of the cholla buds, but that's what I've noticed. Along with the farm changes, the rain, uh, I've noticed the wild harvest from what I've been experiencing, but for myself going out and harvesting. So I think what what hit on the most in preparing our seeds and building up our seed bank was a conversation that Sterling and Nina had brought up, and our farm working group and other youth group that started talking about is seed. And one of the things that was brought up was just, yeah, we're getting our seeds in, and right, I mentioned that I'm doing some of the traditional seeds early in a seed tray and seedlings, and that's great. And I'm hoping to get seed that I have we've been running low on to replenish that seed bank. And I'm starting them out in seed trays, and I'm babying them. They're not out there in the environment that they're naturally were known for. They're not out there in the natural ground, in the natural soil, in that area that I'm from, Pancho Farms, Alexander Pancho Memorial Farms in Colic. They're not out there. They're not in the dirt, the soil there, and they're not getting that long period of time where there isn't no water. They're not in the soil where it's hot. Um, they're not in the environment that I'm expecting them to grow in. So um, being in a seed tray at my house, and they're covered up, and I watch them. They're right by my bedroom window. I can really watch them. That's why I put it there. They're being babied, and right now, our concern, our discussion was about, well, they need to be out there. They need to be out there learning how to um, survive the heat and survive the long periods of where there's no water for them. They need to be in the environment that we knew, my grandparents knew them, and what we've been revered for was those types of plants that can handle the heat and handle those long drought periods of time where rain, water, they weren't watered for long periods of time to get the best seed. And when when times are hard, um, our seed bank, we go and I pick the the plant that survived the best and looked the healthiest with all the conditions that were there at the time, which is really hot, long periods of time without water, and that's the seed that I got, and that's the seed that you want in our area. You know, you want that uh, uh, plant that's going to tolerate all of the heat and the, the drought. And we need to start doing that. And what's mentioned before is using some of those old techniques that still work. Um, we're still going to do that, and even though we're doing seedlings, and a lot of it is non-traditional seeds that need to be babied anyway. But when we started our season, when I started when I the first years in Toka, we started experimenting with non-traditional seeds and seeing how they grow, and they're babies compared to the traditional seeds, the traditional plants that were given to us. They need their water, and they're too much sun. It hinders their growth. But the traditional seeds, they flourish, and they're harvested, and they take a beating out there, and that's what we need, and that's uh, what our traditional foods are revered for. Is they're built for this type of environment, and with this drought coming, I only see it more important where we need to keep those seeds, and we need to keep them strong. We can't baby them. Um, I'm doing that now to build up my seed bank, but next season, the seeds that I've done, I need to go put them out there in the field, and I need to give them to other people where maybe they're even in harsher environments. We need to build up their resilience. We need to keep their characteristics of being able to survive the hardest times. We need that. We need that seed, and with just the climate change, things are changing, and we are scientists, like was mentioned, that farmers, we are scientists, because I'm I'm kind of like I mentioned, we didn't get that rain till late August. I planted anyway. Maybe I need to start weaning the seeds how to grow in a colder environment with a shorter season. I don't know. But my thing, uh, growing into this program and seeing how the seeds are, is I'm always trying things. Yeah, if that don't work, well, maybe I can try something else next time. If that don't work here, maybe I can give some seeds to somebody else and they can try it, and maybe they'll figure it out. Is that we're always evolving. We're catering. We're building seeds to adapt to different conditions, and I think that's what we need to do now, especially with this climate change happening. And maybe we need to uh, teach our seeds, or to do plant in a later season, or maybe they'll teach us something. I mean, they always teach. They've been teaching me for as long as I've been working with and planting these seeds. They're always teaching me, and some of the old ways are just the most obvious, simplest, easiest, best ways. But I know using some of the techniques that I've learned in other places, and in books and from other areas, could help too. I don't know. Maybe uh, every combination of all these techniques need to happen to get us through this climate change, and it's the seeds that we need to give credit to, because as mentioned before, that crop that came in with two waterings, I've done that too with the pau. The pau um, is incredible, and uh, having an opportunity to work with it, it's just been a blessing to me. It changed my life, and it made it better, and it makes me stronger. And that's what we need to be to live out here. And with climate change coming, maybe our traditional seeds are going to be an answer to the world, to feed people in the area. And they're saying it's only going to get hotter and drier. Well, the the, the pulp and the seeds here are could be an answer, and are an answer for me.
Thank you, Nolan. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, as a farmer and a community member that does wild food harvest, thank you for sharing. And kind of leads to um, what Sai says about people building stuff. Um, no, not that long ago, and it leads us to our other two panelists. Tucson wasn't Tucson the way it is now, and uh, 3 points, wasn't as big as it is now. To the north of us, then we have um, Casa Grande, was a little big town, but now it's starting to get bigger. So there's places that are being built up, and farmers are looking farmers are losing the areas to development. And for some of you guys that live on nations in the cities, like I've been to Buffalo, New York, and no, not knowing that I just walked onto a reservation because it's so built in, and no, and then just hearing what these two panelists have to do as tribal members, being part of the nation, being part of their nations, and then what are they doing with the city limits, with losing the area value, area to development, and how that affects them, because it does affect a lot of the growing spaces and a lot of the environmental stuff. So go ahead, Jacob. Um, how has climate change affected area, and how, and describe how.
So, yeah, all the stuff Nolan just said, we see a lot of the same things, like there's a little difference in because we're surrounded by all these municipalities, we're surrounded by all this infrastructure. And that infrastructure is slowly being integrated into our community through our staff. And so, I don't think it's done in a malicious way or anything, but when staff are hired to do a job where, well, let us say development, they're coming from other places where this is the status quo, and so they're implementing things that they think that we don't have, and our standard of living is lower because of it. So, like, it's weird. Like, I grew up and I never seen sidewalks out here. Now we have sidewalks in our community, and we have things that like I've never seen. But that's not necessarily a good thing, and it could have actually been implemented in a different way. They could have had natural pathways and things like that. You don't have to go to the cement, but those are the standards that are utilized. And like I said, I don't think it's a malicious act or meant to assimilate us. I think that's the norms. But because we have those things here and because we're surrounded by it, there's a cement jungle, if you will, and it's a big heat island. And because it's that heat island, it doesn't rain here very much. So with the more development, the less rain we get. And with global warming, everybody says, oh, I don't notice a difference. It's not that big of a difference. So it's going to get a little hotter. It's not just global. Like, global warming just doesn't just affect the heat. It's extremes on both ends. And so you're going to have more catastrophic winters and winter storms. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. So I live in a manufactured home. I live in a trailer in the middle of a field, right on our community, and so my house is about, I would say, almost 4 feet high from the ground, and it's all tied down, and my house almost fell over from the rains, and all that wind. And I walked outside, and our whole front yard and backyard were basically surrounded by water all the way to my door. So there was almost 4 feet of water in my front yard. And I had a boat, and that boat was just floating around in my front yard. And I actually have pictures of my kids boating in my front yard in the middle of the desert, in the middle of a field. And those rains that would come a little bit longer throughout that season and be a little more gentle, you would want for those crops that we put in the ground, didn't happen. You have these really extreme heavy rains, that bad rain that stays on the ground and it kills everything. And then you don't have anything after it. So you have these really big events and they're not sustained throughout the season. So then we have these longer heat patterns. And one of the things that a lot of people were saying is, oh, well, it's good because you can grow crops for longer. And one of the things that we're seeing is like for us, because we have a smaller area, we pick the guides when it's dry, like for the buff or the bow. Um, we pick it off of the plant as soon as it dries so that it makes more. Because the whole idea of a plant, like the whole thing that plant wants to do as this mother is to produce, and to make their babies. And then their job's done and they end up usually dying. So if you leave those dried beans on the bush, the plant will dry up. So a way to maximize what we get off it, we take those. But because the season's longer and the conditions are better for them, they take advantage of that just like we would. And they don't leave those fields in time for us to plant the next season. And so it's a good thing in one way, but we're also missing out on the next season because we haven't processed all the stuff out at the time that we should have, and we haven't tended that field to get it prepared for the next crops. And so we've been learning, like, well, we have to set aside land in the garden. We're not going to plant this until the summer, or if we have a crop that was in the summer and it went all the way through winter when it shouldn't have, we have to make sure that we have land available to plant in the spring again. Because if everything's planted out, we're gonna miss this whole season. And that's what's really been happening. Like, it used to freeze out here in October, and it hasn't done that for a long time, for a few years, and so we definitely see a change, and you're seeing these extremes on both sides. You see like longer record breaking days of heat. And you see these really short winters, but they're really like drastic. It just snowed last over, I think, January or December. It snowed out here in the middle of the city, and my cars all got pelted up with these big old balls of hail. And that's something that's not normal out here. And so, but just like it, as fast as it started, it was over. So I think global warming is a big deal, and it's a definite issue that's affecting us, and like Nolan said, he went to a lot of these conferences. Like I was signed up for like noxious weeds, global warming, like water issues, like all this stuff. And it started just like weighing on me and weighing on my shoulders. And so for me, someone else shared with me that the single greatest effect you can have in life is in yourself. And through that change, you can affect others. And so like if you look at all these issues compiled on each other, like it's really hard, and it's really like daunting. Like you don't see a place to start or where it's going to end. But if you can channel all of your focus on the mission that you set forth, like I think you can make a change, and that's what we're trying to do here. And so I do try to focus a lot of my work and energies into, this little oil dock that we have, and these seeds, and creating these seed banks, and I'm trying to make changes that don't just affect myself, but through me can affect other people. And so we see that same thing, like we're them, right? And so we farm with the water. Um, but now we have all this like here, like domestic lines and things like that. So this is what we're using. And we don't realize that we're not farming or we're not irrigating in a natural way anymore. And if there was ever an issue where we couldn't use those systems, or we couldn't apply all of that good nutrients to these plants into the soil, then are we doing a bigger detriment to the ones that come after us by planting them and growing them in the way that we are now because they look better? So we were getting a hoon that was like huge and really nice rows, but it was taking like 70 to 80 days to grow, and it's a 60-day variety. And so if we didn't have that water and we didn't have that soil, like Nolan was saying, like, would it still grow? And these are serious times that we have to really look at those things. And so we have kind of been stressing our plants out, and we're getting them to grow a little faster because it triggers something in those plants that they know, like, okay, well, the resources aren't being offered. We need to develop our babies with what we have. And over the years, we're getting closer to that 60-day mark. And I look at the 60-day mark as like when it's in the green stage or the milk stage, when you can push it and it bleeds. So we're getting closer to that. But we're trying to look at some of the things that we're doing now because we have all this excess, or we believe we have excess that really is just an illusion of what we actually have, and we're applying that to our standards of operating, but it could also be like unto our demise later because we're facilitating the changing of these qualities that our people have put in and instilled in these seeds for thousands of years. It took them to do this. So we're trying to address these global issues by falling back on some of that old knowledge and old ways. And so if we have to go back into a traditional way of living, those seeds can still sustain that and can still sustain us. So yeah, definitely here we see it. It's really hot. You have all this metal and steel and asphalt and cement. They're thermal mass conductors. They all suck in the heat and radiate it out. So it doesn't even get cold here at night. But yeah, there's a definite difference here.
No, well, thank you, Jacob. I know we're getting close to the end of time, so I did want to give us, for some of you that just joined us on the way, we had two elderly Navajo and Tono Optum elders talk about ranching and farming, traditional practices, new things that they picked up that they're incorporating. And then we had, Nolan Johnson and Jacob, as being the next generation of mentors and teachers, talk about the same things. And then we're coming to our youngest panelist here. And just real quick, Joshua, just talk about just a quick rundown. Has climate change affected in your area, you as a farmer or as a community member?
Yes, definitely. Over the past few years, like I've noticed working here at the farm, we've had strange rain patterns. The first year I was here, it didn't rain during the summer, but we had winter rains, like tons of winter rain. The following year, we didn't have any rain whatsoever, if any. It was just only like a couple of inches. But yeah, it's also affected cattle too, which had to make us do what we had to do on our end to push them out or to address the problem because they are coming closer to the farm, breaking down our fences and eating our crops. And from from my knowledge, I know that there are water holes out there in the district somewhere, but they're drying out pretty fast. So cattle start coming down from Black Mountain or the east side to come down to the farm where we have water regularly. But as the food production, that's what we like to do. We like to focus on heat tolerant plants, such as like the cheppy beans, corn, and squash, so we don't have to use as much water, I guess, as other conventional crops. So that's just what we do on our end to what we know about climate change. All that.
All right. Thank you, Joshua. Um, so I know I was hoping to, I was hoping that we'll be able to get to some of the questions that some of you guys don't know. On your phones or your laptops, we do have a chat that's open that kind of keeps you update on some of the stuff. But I know we're gonna have a survey, right? Yes, there's a survey that's gonna pop up on your screen. It'll help us out so much if we can fill this out. Definitely, thank you for everyone. I know Roy and Sai aren't here, but with Jacob, Nolan, and Joshua, having that elderly to the to the youngest, being on this panel, talking from different points of views. different areas, especially Navajo and so our Hudson in Salt River and Nolan, being in South, and Joshua being in Walk or Santa Vera. No, thank you guys for being on here, and this was something that can definitely can continue on for the old way when there was problems that come arise. They gather all the wood and they would stand there until they would stay there in the fire and pray um and and ask these questions amongst each others about the things that are going on, and to figure out the solution that everyone can figure that something that can help out, and and then then we go and support. you know I know, I see Mikey Enos in here, and I can't stop thinking about that time we met out in Kokolik, and yeah, Jacob, remember, I don't know if you remember, you talking about the onion ring. This is how you make an
Oh,
onion ring.
yeah.
So yeah, it's a kick. I mean, having those get-togethers and just having fun and sharing that laugh together, it's and now we need to do that for not just for us, but for the next generation to know that we're there and we can support each other in one way and another. And so and I get a kick out of it, and I still think about that day and how cool it was to have no, I don't know. This is probably what it was like back then, when everybody's, got together, and don't converse in the language as much as we should, but but that feeling of that togetherness and having that friendship, um, and camaraderie to each other's, that's one thing. So I'll go ahead and turn this back to Nicole. If
Thank
she's yeah.
thank you. We have Sewa Yuli here. Really excited to see the blue corn food demo. And yeah, I see Sewa on there. Oops, sorry. Someone's at my door. It's my dad. Sewa's going to be coming on and doing a corn food demo for us. Sewa is an amazing cook, chef, storyteller, weaving story into the food, and we're really grateful to have them here today. And I'll let Sewa tell you some more about themselves, and I also want to their zine that just came out. So I want them to talk a little bit about their zine as well.
Hi, can y'all hear me good?
Morning.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be presenting. My name is Sewa Yuli. I'm currently in Kumi Island, aka San Diego. My family comes from Sonora, Mexico, and Michoacan, Yoeme Purepecha people. Right now, I'm currently a student midwife, and I also am a community cook and body worker. I practice traditional curanderismo from Mexico. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Give me a thumbs up. You can hear me, Nicole?
Yeah, the sound is great. The sound is really good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so yeah, and so I'm here, and thank you again for allowing me to share this demonstration, this atole demonstration. It's something very dear to my heart, something that I grew up on, both sides of my family. Both of my grandmothers, one of them's from northern Mexico, and one of them is from southern Mexico. My grandma from Sonora, she would make atole with mesquite flour, and my grandma from Michoacan, she would make it with cornmeal, with oats, different fruits, and many different varieties of making atole. Atole in Nahua it means, it translates to liquid corn. So it's a liquid corn drink. And so different regions of Mexico make it prepared a little bit differently. Today I'm going to prepare it in the ways that I've learned and the ways that I've connected with it and what feels good. And I think Nicole will be giving out the recipe, the list of ingredients that I used. And it's something it's dear to my heart because it's something that my grandmas would give me, both of them, when I was younger. And to me, kind of, it represents like that warmth of the grandma, like a hug, like it's like something really good, very warming and nourishing. And, you know, and so when I got into birth work, I realized how important it was, how to keep those traditions and to keep nourishing our birthing families, you know, with those traditional foods. And as I got deeper into learning about foods and seed keeping and, you know, food sovereignty, our corn stories, our creation stories, and there's a variety of creation stories around Mexico and Central America. And there's one in particular that I really resonates with me, and I like to share it with people. And you know, so when I'm stirring my atole, it's something that I like to share with the kids or the people that are around me or birthing people, because it's important for us to share those stories about our foundation of who we are as Indigenous people, and those, you know, the way that it activates our cellular memory, helps us remember who we are and where we come from. So I'm going to go ahead and step into my kitchen here, because I know that, you know, I'm limited in time. So I want to go ahead and make sure you guys get all the steps, step-by-step instructions of how we make that atole. So I'm going to go ahead and flip my camera here. So I'm on my cell phone here, so forgive me. I'm alone right now. I don't have anyone to help me. So here I have, so I'm going to make it's like about 7 to 8 servings. So I have a cup of blue corn meal. This is Southern Ute blue corn. I have about a quart of almond milk. Of course, you could use any milk that you want. You can use regular cow milk. You could use oat milk. I like to use almond milk. It's pretty neutral. This is about a quart, so it equals to 4 cups. I have 2 cups of water here. I have 2 cinnamon sticks, and then I have 2 piloncillos, which is like a smoked brown sugar. I use a little bit. Sometimes, you know, you could use honey, regular sugar, whatever sweetener you like. I have a little bit of wood ash that I got from Nicole. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start. Let me see. Hey, Nicole, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, now I can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool. Do you want to stay on the line with me and chit chat with me while I do this? Feels better that way.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. That way I feel like there's an audience, because I can't see anyone. I'm on my cell phone, so that way it doesn't feel like I'm talking to myself.
Tell me a little bit about the wood ash that you're using in there, and how that alchemy happens with the corn.
Yeah, of course. Well, I got this wood ash from you, so you know where it comes from. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I know I got it from you. And so pretty much, so when we nixtamalize the corn, the way that happens, it helps, the nixtamal helps break down the pericarbs on the corn. And so that's what allows us to digest it. And it also brings out all the nutrients in the corn. Somehow, some way, our ancestors, you know, they figured out, you know, this was genius, right? They figured it out, the science to that. They knew that just digesting the corn by itself was making us sick, and we weren't able to digest it or get the proper nutrients. So, you know, so I'm not 100% sure, but I know, as far as like the timeline of what came first, was the wood ash or was the calcium hydroxide, the way they started to process the corn, to make the pozole, the nixtamalized corn, to make tortilla, pozole, atole. So yeah, that's something that I still need to figure out, like fact checks. So if you don't use the other process, the calcium hydroxide, this is what works. So I learned this from like a Hopi sister, how to apply the wood ash into the cornmeal. And so what that does is helps break down the same way as we do in nixtamal. So it breaks down the corn and it brings out the nutrients in the corn. So I'm gonna go ahead and add the water here into the pot. I like using a clay pot. I like using the clay pot because it's just what I grew up using. But if you don't have a clay pot, you can use stainless steel or porcelain. I just try to stay away from Teflon and those kinds of things. Try to stick to more natural. But if you can't, you know, you gotta just work with what you have. And so I start with 2 cups of water. And then I add the 2 cinnamon sticks. And so before I add anything else, I put this on the stove. There we go. I use about medium heat here. And I let that brew for a little bit. That way I really love the cinnamon. So I let the cinnamon, so the water to become like a cinnamon tea, more concentrated, before I add the almond milk and the cornmeal and start to whisk. But because we don't have too much time, I know that I'm gonna go through the steps a little bit faster, but usually I let this brew for about 15 minutes and let it get nice and aromatic in here. Right now we're gonna go ahead and add the almond meal. The almond milk. So this is about a quart, which equals to 4 cups. So I'm gonna go ahead and set my phone down for a second.
Sewa, can you use a cast iron pot instead? Would that be okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, cast iron, stainless steel, clay pots, porcelain. Those are all my 4 favorite. There we go. So.
Someone also really loves your earrings. Cool earrings.
Who?
Monica.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So let's see. All right, and so we're gonna mix. So I'm working with one hand here, so bear with me, folks. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the wood ash in here, add a little bit of water.
And the wood ashes that I gave to you is alligator juniper. And that was it was a trade from a sister up in Navajo. I sent blue corn, and she sent me down that wood ash that her and her grandmother collected.
Beautiful, thank you. Since I'm only using 1 cup of blue cornmeal, I only used about 2 teaspoons or half a tablespoon of wood ash. And then so I mixed it in here with a little bit of water, and then I'm going to use the strainer and then add that into the mix. Oops. If I find it. Let's see. 1 second.
I'd love to hear too if you have any like memories of your first time first time experiencing atole, like your first memories of it, making it, the smells, the sounds.
Yes. My first memory here, I'm putting the wood ash in here. Stringing it. There we go. So this is all the residue that's left. Then the next step, before I answer that question, is to add the blue cornmeal. You never want to add the blue cornmeal when it's really hot because then it gets clumpy. So you want to add it while it's still cool. So because I'm doing like a faster version and I'm not letting, usually if I let the tea become concentrated, I add the cold milk. And so it's still a little lukewarm, so it's not really hot. You could also add the blue cornmeal into water and then mix it before you add it into the pot. You could do either or. So I'm going to go ahead and put the blue cornmeal. It's about a cup. And I'm going to use my molinillo. If you don't have one of these, you can also just use a whisk. And this is like the most important part, I feel, of making atole is the stirring part. You gotta stay with your atole. It's like a baby, you know, you gotta stay with it. And you know, my grandma taught me that when we make atole, you have to have really good, you know, just good thoughts, good intentions. And you know, it's a way that we connect with our cornmeal. And for me, it's a time when like I meditate, I'm still, you know, because I'm usually doing a million things at once all the time. So this allows me to be a little bit more grounded and more present. And so then I put those sweet thoughts into whoever I'm making the tole for. And usually I make it for my postpartum clients. So I always have those good thoughts for the mom and baby. But yeah, but those first memories that I have of atole was with my grandma, my father's mother. I would come home because she lived down the street. So I'd go to her house and early in the morning or after school, but she always had a pot of atole. And it just, you know, the memories that I have, it's like, you know, there was a lot going on when I was younger. And so that was like my safe place. And so that smell of cinnamon and having that cup just was like the most nurturing thing. It was very healing for me to have those moments with my grandma when I was younger. And so that's what, when I make the atole, that's really like the same feeling that I want people to get when I make it for them. Okay. So is there any questions about any of the steps? I know I'm moving along a little quickly here, but this is going to take about, I would say about 20 to 25 minutes.
Could you talk about where you would get the cal and a little bit more about the cal, where people can get that if they want to use that in the recipe instead?
Yeah, so I don't, for the calcium hydroxide, I wouldn't use the cal into the atole. The only time that I use cal is for, I mean, you can, but the flavor is a little stronger, so it changes. So that's why I preferred wood ash. So the cal you can get at any like local Mexican, Latin American, you know, supermarket. You could order it online as well. And so the something that I really like, that's kind of mind blowing about calcium hydroxide is like there's pockets of it all over the world and people use it for different reasons. But when I started to do more research on like really what is calcium hydroxide, where does it come from, and like what does it do, and so it's I found out that it's pretty much like ancient. This is like pockets of minerals that have been compressed over thousands and thousands of years. And it's pretty much sea ants, also land animals, like it's their bones. It's like pretty much crushed up bones. And so I was like, wow. So our ancestors figured out that in order for us to take out the nutrients of this corn, that we use like these calcified, like ancient compressed, like bone matter from sea creatures. And that was what that was the right alchemy to bring out these nutrients in order for us to digest it and to break down, you know, that pericarp, that film. So yeah, I thought that was pretty genius and it's pretty interesting. So when I do make my pozole to nixtamalize my corn to make tortilla, I use calcium hydroxide. When I make atole, I like to use the wood ash because the flavor is not as strong, but you know, I think it's a matter of preference.
Okay, and someone's asking about mesquite. Can you use mesquite meal in place of the blue corn in this recipe, or kind of mix and match?
I would add it. I mean, depending, because I know mesquite like has, you know, the pechita has like a very strong flavor. So if you really like that flavor, yes, you could do it. That's how my grandma would do it. So my grandma from Sonora would it would just be the mesquite flour and piloncillo and water. Very, very simple. But when me growing up, I thought it was like, whoa, it's so strong. But she would always say that it was so good for my digestive system. So anytime that I was feeling like any type of constipation or, kids get sick, they eat certain things, and she'd just give us the mesquite. So what I do now, I mean, I really like the flavor, but I mix it. I like mixing the mesquite with the like half and half ratio.
And piloncillo is a brown sugar, like a hard brown sugar, right?
Yeah, hard brown sugar. Yeah, I'm about to add it right now. This is it
And
right here.
you
You can
use
get that like
honey.
local supermarket, pretty easy to find. And I like this one because the flavor is mild and it has a little bit of smokiness to it. Or you could use honey, you could use sugar, you can use stevia. Like, some people are also low glycemic, so they add there's all sorts of different like cool, neat sweeteners.
And, or you can
Comes
use maple sugar, maple syrup.
Yeah, oh my God, with maple syrup, it's so good. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorites. I don't get to do it that often, but when I do, it's definitely a treat.
Piloncillo from sugarcane?
Yeah, from sugarcane. Yeah, it's just kind of like one of the oldest ways of processing sugar, and that's how they would make it. I don't want to say that it comes from Mexico, because I know that parts of South America and Central America, they also process it in that same way. They call it panela. I think, I'm not sure on that, but I know that in Mexico, it's probably the most used sugar. And I know that in Sonora, close to where my family comes from, they make it there. It's Sonora. There's a lot of sugarcane, growers in Sonora. So here we are. So it's starting to get nice and thick. So, and if it's the consistency is too thick for you, you can always just add more liquid. Just add more liquid, and you can also add cinnamon powder if you don't have cinnamon sticks. I like the cinnamon sticks. It's my favorite. And it has, I don't know, the flavor is just a little bit different, but you can always add, and you could add like elements, because I don't use the milk. I like to, because the cow milk kind of gives it that like kind of creamy element to it. But if you don't do cow milk, you could add a little bit of coconut oil. And I started, experimenting, and the coconut oil makes it a little bit creamy. Or you can add butter, and butter is actually my favorite. I could do a little bit of butter, and I really like what it does to the atole. So, you could just, get creative and, tweak it out. This is just the basic, step by step of how to make the atole. And then after that, you could add cacao powder. You can add, some people will, whatever fruits in season, pineapple, guayaba, what else? People use bananas. And so you just put it in the blender and then liquefy it, and then you add it to your atole.
And somebody was asking about piloncillo and if it's healthier than white sugar, and it's kind of that thing that everything that's less processed is healthier. So it's, the browner your sugar is, the less processed that it's been, and it's going to have more minerals. It's just going to have more intact than if you're getting like a bleached white sugar.
Yes. Thank you. You answered that question for me.
People are loving the suggestions for the flavoring the atole.
Yeah. I always encourage people to get creative and add your favorite ingredients, cardamom. There's like all sorts of things, spices that you could add in there. For the most part, I go with the season. So whatever's in season, like my family during the winter when we make tamales, it was my grandpa who would make the atole, and he would make a pineapple one, and it's so good. In the summertime we make the fall we make guayaba. And so any fruit, even nuts, you could put any like almonds or pecans, flour, and just to add that more nuttier and earthy tones into it. So you could just get creative and do it however you like. And this is a really good, nutritious, like way to sharing your love to your loved ones, and also for postpartum people.
And do you use other corns besides just the blue corn?
Yeah, you can, whatever is, you have access to. Of course, I always, encourage people to use non-GMO corn, try to find local corn, people that are growing it. I know that, we don't always have access to that. So sometimes people use maseca. It's not my favorite, but they will use it. And, I just always tell them, when we get to that part, when you're stirring your atole, to say a little prayer, say some good, some good thoughts for that, because, I know not all of us have access to good heirloom corn.
So
Yeah.
you've just been stirring this whole time then, right? You've just
Stir.
slowly.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite part. Usually I sing a song, I set my intentions. It's about 85 degrees outside right now. So it's a little warm in here, but it'll be nice though, because what I'll do is, like, I'll put it in the fridge and then I'll take it to my clients, or I'll make it into a mush. So I'll put it in the fridge and I'll get a little bit more dense. And then I just add fruits and have that in the morning for breakfast. I'll eat it cold.
You on your IG page. Ooh, yum. I love what you're stirring with. I know in a lot of traditions there's always a different way of stirring, different
Yeah,
sticks.
I have a Danae auntie that gave me these stirring sticks here.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll use those, but for the most part, I stick to my molinillo.
Okay.
You can find these also at Food City or what is it called? In Tucson, that store.
El Super.
El Super, yeah. All those, yeah. Those are they're pretty accessible.
Okay.
Or at the flea market, swamp meets and stuff like that.
So while Se was finishing this up, I just want to mention I put their IG contact up there. It's me_Shantico. Is that how you say it?
Chantico, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're always doing some classes that pop up on there. So if you follow them, you'll be able to see pasole, atole, and they're really great classes that you can connect in with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also your zine that you just put out too. There it is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I would have totally forgotten. Yes, this just came out. You could purchase one if you go through my IG page. There's I think I might have it on my link tree, I'm not sure, but if not, I have the instructions on one of my posts. It has a couple of recipes. It's an art and food zine. And I'll show you the centerpiece of this, because this shares a little bit of our creation story, our corn creation story. So it has all these elements in our traditional foods here. But I'm making one zine every season. So that's the prayer, that we have a zine out for each season, and recipes, to cook with the seasons, and a little bit of storytelling and some visual art for folks.
And are you on Facebook? Is Me Shantico on Facebook?
No.
Okay.
I think maybe I am. I think so. But I'm not. I don't think it's active. So I think my Instagram is the one what's active, and I'm working on a webpage right now. So the webpage will be out soon. But for now, I think the Instagram page is what has the most information.
All right. And do you want to shout out your email, so if people want to contact you to teach some classes or do some skill shares?
Yeah, absolutely. Here, so I'll put this here if anybody wants to take a screenshot in case. So that's my Instagram handle, me_Chantico. And then my email is mechantico@gmail.com. If you could put that in the chat, Nicole.
Yes. There you go. Got it.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. So the atole is ready. I wish you guys could smell how delicious. It's the cinnamon. The cinnamon always does it. It just, you know, the whole house it smells like atole right now.
Is the cornmeal you used, is it toasted beforehand?
Yes, it is. I mean, if you don't, some people don't toast it. For me, it's just, it just, I could taste the difference when you don't toast it. You know, the toasted just has the other element to it to levels it up.
And someone's asking too about the name of your zine, and for people that zine is short for like a magazine or a zine. They're small booklets that people put out that are usually informational, and there's a whole movement of zines. If you were to get on you know, on the internet and look up zines, there's a huge movement of people producing information through these.
Mm-hmm.
And someone's wondering the name of your zine, what the name of it is. What does it mean?
Oh, well, we thought it was just kind of clever to put the Teosintli, and Teosintli is like that first corn. Teosintli, and you could still access seeds to Teosintli, and it was like Teosintli was the grain before it became the actual corn.
Okay.
So we just added the zine, Teosintli.
Could you, I don't know if you have like a ladle right there that you could like show us the consistency of how you love to have your atole, because some people will do it thicker, some will have it a little thinner, but I love yours. I've had yours before, so.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me put this here.
Oh, and Beverly Paul says you look so much like my Yaki granddaughter.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so here we go. This is the consistency.
Oh my gosh, I can just tell everyone that when was at my house or I'm with them, the smell is delicious. The house just smells of roasted corn, of cinnamon, and it feels so comforting. And I know it's getting hot now, but like Sewa said, you can put it in the fridge and have it as a mush, like a cornmeal mush in the morning, you know, and have it cold too. And having that fruit there is refreshing. But yeah, that the house smells so good when you're cooking these ancestral foods, and we're really grateful for you, Sewa, for continuing the traditions of your family, of your ancestors, and bringing it, you know, out for all of us so that we can share and learn with you too.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope that y'all keep in touch. I have a couple of more cooking demos coming up this season before we move into the summertime. So we'll have some springtime stuff. So stay tuned on my page.
Okay, is there any last things that you wanted to share about the process or anything?
I think we have it. We got it, unless there's any other questions, but I think we got it down. I think 25 minutes, I think, was the time.
Okay.
From to end, and so we got to this point, you know.
Great, perfect timing. Can't wait to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely rest of this conference.
Thank you so much, and I'll be in touch.
Okay, bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for we have the poll that just popped up. If you could go ahead and fill that out for us on the Blue Corn Atole demo. And we're going to be moving into our next segment, which is a panel moderated by Patty Martinson. And it's on community food systems. And Patty, are you there? I'm going to let you go ahead and take over with your introductions. Patty, you're on mute still.
Nope, I'm off now.
There you go. We can hear you.
Good morning. So greetings, everyone. I'm really happy and honored to be asked to share what we've been up to lately. And I'm Patty Martinson, and this is my sister, Terry Badhand.
Hello, good morning, afternoon.
Special greetings to Terrell, Sterling, Nolan, Nina, and of course you, Nicole, long time. So I would like to ask my panelists to introduce themselves at this time. We have Hannah Has Eagle and Randy Wing from Fort Belknap in Montana. Are you there, ladies?
Yeah, we're here.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, I'm Randy. I'm from Lodgepole, Montana. I take care of the community garden and the orchard here, and I'm with my mom. We work together in a lot of this, through all of it, really.
Hamandagiabi. Greetings, people. My name's Hannah Hazigo from Lodgepole, Montana. We put it in our native language. It's called Wasewakwa, Red Paint Creek.
Thank you, ladies. Ray Moore, are you on?
Yes, I'm here, Patty. How
There
are
we
you guys?
go.
Hi, my name is Ray Moore, and I'm from Standing Rock in North Dakota. I do have ties back to Fort Belknap. My mom was a long knife from Fort Belknap, and I'm the Food Sovereignty Director here on Standing Rock with Standing Rock CDC.
Thank you. So we've been, Terry and I spent 33 years here in Taos, New Mexico, working on community food systems. And the idea was that there had been a very self-sufficient system here that people had enjoyed really for centuries, and that had been interrupted. We had had a lot of tourism, a lot of things changed after World War II. And by the 70s, it was really a lot of agriculture had stopped. People were working minimum wage jobs in the tourism industry. It was a time where people were really reminiscent and remembering how it used to be with the various communities here. So we had been able to build, I was trying to share my screen. Anyway, so we had built a business park, 24,000 square feet on 6 acres that had been donated to us by a landowner here. And the focus of that was a 5,000 square foot commercial kitchen. And our program was to help people who had previously just cooked at home and sold their traditional foods at the Pueblo. And some of that still continues today. And people who made various burritos, tamales, and had just been able to carry them around and share them with people and sell them. And that was a big part of their family income. And when the regulators got to town in the 80s, which is when Terry and I came down here from the Denver Indian Center and started that organization. So we were able to have a place where people could come in anytime, 24/7, do their products, and they were all certified. And we were able to help them with labeling and marketing. So it was pretty successful, and we had, several hundred businesses begin there. A couple of them became national. And at the same time, we started on, because we had some land and water, gardens, and built a solar greenhouse, and then in later years got a hoop house. So just trying to kind of demonstrate all those aspects of what a community food system looked like. We retired from there in May, and we started a new organization called Woksape. And Woksape is technical assistance and really a friendship circle with 10 different groups. We work in South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, and Virginia. And we get together a couple of times a month. It's all virtual, of course, these days. So it's been just, really exciting to be able to form that cohort and, just find out what people are really doing in their communities. It's been very, very heartwarming to us. And Terry, you haven't really introduced yourself, and then we'll go to Hannah and Randy and hear about what's going on in Fort Belknap in the Lodgepole area.
Well, again, I'm glad people are on. Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. As Patty mentioned, she and I are sisters. We were actually formally made sisters through a particular ceremony within our tribe. So we have worked together for 30, almost 40 years now as sisters in a shared leadership fashion. And starting back in Denver at the Denver Indian Center and doing a development corporation there, we came to find out that using that mechanism of a CDC, a community development corporation, we were able on behalf of our communities to pull resources together and to really form a center or focus for a lot of the activities and programs that, people in our communities wanted to have take place. So when it comes to my time to present, I'll tell you a little bit about the Denver Indian Center development, and then on to the Taos County Economic Development Corporation, which made our community development work focus on indigenous foods, community food systems, and food security. As a CDC, you can really do any number of things. You can work on housing, you can work on education, but the main thing is that you're able to provide for your community or your tribe or your area some infrastructure and a focus for whatever work that needs to be done. And oftentimes you're doing many different things at once. So I'm really excited that we have Hannah and Randy and of course Ray here, that are people that we've learned even more from as we've worked with Woksape and see what they're doing there. So I'm going to hand it back over to Patty, and then I guess it's Hannah and Randy would be on to tell you a little bit about what they're doing.
I think you're still muted.
Hi.
Hi.
Patty, can we screen share a PowerPoint?
Yes, I think so.
Tell Ray hi. He's our relation from way over here. Boy, it's good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know a lot about Lodgepole and Fort Belknap, and my family used to live just around the corner from Lodgepole and Beaver Creek.
Yeah.
Yep. Good to see you, relations.
Yeah, really. Okay, go to share. Screen share. No.
Hi, this is Nina. I think I enabled it for you to do it. Let me know if you have any problems. No, it's working.
Hey, can you guys see it?
Yay.
Okay.
Okay, this is where we take care of the garden. It's called the Wasay-Wakpa Community Garden and Orchard. On the bottom here is our sign. It's at the end of the road, like it's the sign that directs it from the highway. We have these signs intact all the way from the highway to where the store is. As you can see, it tells you how much miles it is from the highway. And then we have a grocery store and a food pantry. This, our first slide right here is a part of our orchard. These benches that Hannah and our coworker Ramona are sitting on were donated to us. We welcome people to come in and just visit with our trees, meditate, whatever you wish, come with your family. We have strawberries, rhubarb, sweetgrass, raspberries, and honeybees that we take care of all year. It's like a ongoing, those are the things that we take care of all year. And then this bottom left picture is a picture of our recent harvest. That's how much apple, that's probably our best grown apple that it grows right in front of the entrance. So that's where we get, we welcome people to come and help us grow our garden. We have 65 orchard trees, 17 species of different fruits, and 12 different kinds of apple trees, 4 different kinds of pear trees, 1 plum tree, and just this, these are my 2 daughters at the bottom of the screen. We just planted peach trees this year. That's what we added on. The picture on the bottom right is when we first started, that was our first year of our trees. So from the first year to the one on the left side is where we're at now.
Let me say something. On our orchard here, we had a neighbor and program that collaborated with us, and they threw in a fence that we put up around the orchard to keep out deer, and we built a huge gate. The couple community members built a huge gate for it. We collaborate with lots of programs, or a lot of people see us building, so they want to help out. So what we do is we always try to feed everybody that comes to help us. The state will come in and show us how to do cuttings, show us how to do different graftings to different apple trees. So that was really a good learning experience for everybody. That whoever does have apple trees in their yards, we go and we work with them, and we take little cuttings off and we graft them together to see how they are going. So we work with our communities too. So we are located right next to a creek, so we pump our water from the creek, which is naturally fertilized from the fish that are in the creek. So we try to utilize everything we can traditionally. On the picture on the top right there is some of when we first tapped into it and we got the water to come out of the hose and we have drip lines, and we actually dug a well out by hand. Hannah and her little crew dug it by hand. there was an old spring that was there. Ray might have about 30, 40 years ago, it used to be a natural spring right at the turnoff coming up into our community, and gravel kind of covered it up as they scraped the road. You know, they would scrape the gravel off and it kind of covered it up. So that spring was open. So me and some kids and this gentleman here, we went in and we cleaned it all out, and we got gas, kind of like a generator, but we pumped that water out of there, and we cleaned it all out. And that's why he has it way up there, because we hit water and he was all happy. Everybody was yelling around. We were pumping that spring out. So we want to do future, we want to fix that up yet. So that's still in the making. But throughout all our stuff that we do, we add on something every year. We put in something. And for our land that we got, we would, the Kirkleys, they kind of got old on us, and they left us, and the land was left to their kids, and they had a mortgage on there. So 6 of us got together, and we raised $10,000, and we paid that mortgage off, and so that's how we got our land, or like 30 acres of land. And we have a powwow grounds on the other side, and rodeo grounds, and a playground on there now. We just keep adding on every year.
We have a 20 or 80 by 50. We have 2 80 by 50 community gardens, which and a high tunnel, and we grow potatoes, carrots, onions, corn, tomatoes, cucumbers, and garlic. And the bottom left picture on this slide was our first high tunnel and our wallapini. We tried to go above ground and it fell over on us. So in the picture in the middle, right here, is our new wallapini and our high tunnel. We put it in the ground, and it's made from pellets. And what is this plastic stuff called that they made it with? It's some kind of plastic. I don't know what kind exactly it is, but it's something. It's kind of like the high tunnel, but it's not. It's hard plastic. The bottom left picture is one of our gardens. We have a big old weed and feed where we invite the community in to come and help us weed the garden. So that was our first starting there. And right now we grow in our wallapini and our high tunnel year round. And then our last slide, everything that we do in the garden goes to our food pantry and kitchen, and we host canning, dehydrating, just cooking classes, and canning. What else?
Dehydration or fruits. We have a gentleman that built us 2 large, probably 8-foot dehydrators for solar from the sun, and we have like 23 trays in there that if somebody wants to go dehydrate their tomatoes or their apples or whatever. So those are just natural. We just keep that right in the garden, and the sun hits that solar. We didn't take a picture of it, but that we have that too on the outside with our herb.
We also have a herb garden. We grow traditional herbs and medicines. We don't have a picture of that either, but the school here, we have a school teacher that helps us out a lot, and she brings her students in and they harvest and take care of the herbs and medicines. So we try to incorporate our kids and our youth in a lot of this. We invite them. We have a few workers that come back every year and volunteer their time. But other than that, that's all we had put together.
How do you involve the youth, and where does that food go?
To the community. It just goes out in the food pantry. Whoever utilizes the food pantry gets it. It's all canned and sent out to the community. We also have a big what do you call it when you pick it?
Harvest.
When we harvest, we invite the whole community, and they harvest what they need, take what they can. And if they don't know how to cook it or anything, we take them to the kitchen and we do classes and try to show them different things that they can try at home. If they want to try it there, they're welcome to. Sometimes they don't like to try on their own, so we try to do it community wise where everybody can do it. And this picture right here with the girl with the cutting board is part of our pantry. She's in the pantry right now doing a cooking class. And the picture in the middle is they're dehydrating cabbage. They dehydrated all the cabbage that we harvested. I don't know what this is, Hannah.
They're canned.
And Hannah canned, it looked like garlic, I think. and cabbage. And what's this? I don't know what that is.
I think we just made bags.
I think that was bags that went out to roots that people got from the garden to take home to their own gardens. We exchange and this year we're starting a seed bank. We're going to try to start saving all of our seeds that come out of the garden. So that's our new addition that we're adding on this year.
And for our youth is the youth will come to work with us during the summer too, after school when they're done. Because right now the school will they started the seedlings. So when school's out, they have summer school, and they also bring the kids back during summer school. And some of them will get a small stipend to come work with us, but they're so smart when you teach them at that young age. They taught me how to hook up my drip lines. I thought that was so amazing. I just couldn't stop bragging on that teacher and to that.
Well, I remember visiting up there. I don't remember how many years ago. Now that I'm this age, all the years kind of run together, and I can see the pictures of my memories, but it doesn't come with a date. But when I came up, that was before the Red Paint Creek store, kitchen, and pantry were a reality. There were two buildings there, half of the two modulars, and they weren't even put together yet. And the garden was really a pleasure. And I think the trees were just as little as the picture you showed. And so being able to come up several times, I think I've been up there 4 times since, and just see the growth and the usage. And it's just, one of the projects that's so dear to my heart. And the best part of it is the people, just really dedicated. And, with weather and everything, and COVID, you all have just persevered. And, your love for your community just shows through everything you do. Several people have been able to come down to Taos and take our food safety classes and hang out in our kitchen and our food center there. And, so it was really wonderful to see that you were able to, put that kitchen together, and the way that you are using it, those cooking classes, and, just being able to do that value added element to all of your foods is really wonderful. And I, Terry and I both, just appreciate you so much. And, just keep on keeping on. You're doing a great job.
This year they added to some kind of cooking program for the kids. They host a virtual cooking class once a week with they supply the bundle of what you need, ingredients, and then you can pick it up and get on the virtual class and cook it together. So that was a new thing they added this year. It hasn't been very successful right now because of virtual. Not everybody is access to virtual. Like now that they went back to school, they don't have the computers that they intended to have. So that's one thing that we're struggling with right now is how are we going to get access for everybody to do this if they can't come to us?
Well, definitely, we know that all during COVID, it's been real challenge. And, for all of the nations across the country, the focus has really been on how to feed the people, how to make sure you get food to the people, how do you, have a place to store or distribute, how do you involve the young ones and the elders, so all over this whole country, tribes and communities have been really focusing on that. So we know how this technology can be a double-edged sword, and to have everybody learn how to use virtual Zooming and then now go back to school. That's another transition that, we're going to be faced with, and a challenge, and a challenge for small communities in rural areas. I don't know how they do it all in the big cities. One of my daughters is in Denver, and I just am amazed that they can even navigate through all this technology. But, Patty and I are both so happy and proud of you guys, and having been up there, I'm a powwow person. My husband is, from Heartbeat or from Red Leaf Tacoja. So I've been up there in a different way for powwows. And, I know we lost our brother, Bill Runs Above, who is from that area. So, I have a heartfelt, feeling for that whole beautiful lodgepole and that whole area. So, keep on keeping on. And it's really definitely community development, when I first learned of community development, it seemed to me it was all going to be bricks and mortar. But, as we've come through the years and got wiser, the community development really has to do with taking care of the people and the families and, what the children and the elders really need and want at a time. So thank you, you two. You just rock.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you guys for having us.
Yeah, we hope to see you in person soon.
Yep.
That'd be
All right,
good.
Thanks.
Yep.
So Ray Moore is the Food Sovereignty Director for Standing Rock CDC, and we want him to talk about our program. And then I hope we'll have time at the end if you, Randy and Hannah, can stick around a little longer in case people have questions of how you did these things. And we thought we'd save the questions for the end.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
We'll be on.
All right, Ray. Please
Hello,
share
everyone.
with
Good.
us.
Oh, all right. Good job, Hannah. And it's good to see my relations from Fort Belknap. I have a lot of roots over there, and my whole family comes from the Horse Nation over there. My great-grandfather was a pretty well-known man around there for horsemanship, and I was always very happy to say that about my family. We come from horses. So, and on my dad's side from North Dakota, I come from Buffalo. So, and my dad was a director for Stony Rock Buffalo Farms for like 15 years. So ever since I was 6 years old, I remember being around Buffalo and learning about Buffalo and horses as usual. And he taught me a lot of techniques about, how to honor Buffalo and how to call them and just everything that it entails. And my grandma from Fort Belknap, she used to come, and whenever we would harvest a buffalo, she was the one to kind of do all the prep work and skin and gut and clean the guts and the Bible and everything. So she was a real well-known lady over there too. Her name was Rose Longknife. So, I'm just very proud and honored to say that I come from two strong nations. And I've always held Montana sacred to my heart because I went to school at the University of Montana. And then I also went to Sitting Bull College here in Standing Rock, which is just a local college, but very well, great colleges altogether. So if I could share my screen, I could just start my presentation and kind of go over everything I've done these last 2 years. So I'll just kind of explain a little bit. I got hired about 2 years ago. I'm going in my third year here at Standing Rock Community Development Corporation. And let me see here. Here it is. I started with Standing Rock Community Development like in October of 2019, and right off the bat I jumped in, and as you guys can see, these are our 4 key initiatives, which is community development, food sovereignty, youth development, language and culture. So this is kind of how our mission was set up. And I have really close friends here that during DAPL, they had a sweat. And so in 2016, this is how it all came to vision. The whole Standing Rock Community Development Corporation, during DAPL, they had a sweat, and in sweat, they were told to start this Community Development Corporation. And so they went through the steps, as you could see here in December 2016 is when Standing Rock CDC was established. Ever since that meeting, it was, considered very sacred because of the fact that they were in a sweat. And so these are our 4 key initiatives, and I'm the food sovereignty director. Right now we have a language and cultural director. His name is Volini Fastors, very knowledgeable about our language. And so with my part of language, I'm still learning. My parents were taught not to speak their language. So in turn, I never learned my language other than listening and trying to learn myself. So I kind of lost my language, and some of these words that I will be in my presentation, I know them, and that's just from learning myself. But because of, my parents being told not to speak their language, I'm missing out. And so in turn, I'm trying to change that with my own kids. I'm trying to teach them and have them learn all they can. So this is just kind of our mission statement, and these are our 4 initiatives. And like I said, it's restoring teachings to create a future for our own, and that's kind of what we base our community development on, is just getting back to like our roots again here on Standing Rock. In turn, I've been speaking with a lot of elders, and my whole goal as far as being a food sovereignty director is all based on what I've learned, from my parents, from the elders around here, from my family in Montana. We strive to do the very best we can for our community. And so in turn, when I was very first started in October of 2019, one of my very first things I did, I had a Thanksgiving back in November. And that entailed feeding the community of 48s in any adjoining district that wanted to come. So in turn, we fed that was my very first venture, was to feed the people of 48s and the community. So in turn, we fed 400 people. And that was my very first venture of being a food sovereignty director and truly understanding the whole aspect of what my job entailed. And that very first time, I remember feeding all these people and just seeing the looks on their face. And these are my people too, the looks on their face, being so thankful that they had a good meal on Thanksgiving. Then we had door prizes, and that turned out really well. But, just to organize all that and to try to feed 400 people, that's a lot, so I had a small team at this time, and we're still growing as an entity, we're still growing. I finally got an assistant, and my assistant is very well knowledgeable about everything I'm doing. And I'm so thankful to just even have an assistant, because of the fact that, when you do stuff like this, you just, you need a lot of help. So from there, after that, I ventured into looking at the state as far as helping us with getting food down here. And so I got in contact with a state agency, and they helped me do some food distributing, through the Great Food Bank of North Dakota. It's called the Great Plains Food Bank, actually. So I got in contact with them, and they came down, they trained us, they taught us how to set up a drive-through distributing. And every time they would bring, enough food to feed, 300-400 people. And that's in itself, that's a big step to try to just even organize that. And so we did 2, and then that went really well, and they liked how we did it. And so I did a 3rd one of that year, and then from there things just start happening for me. And I was looking at grants. So my whole initiative is based off of me thinking about, gardening. What could I do for my people? So one of the main focuses I wanted to do, very first of all, was to help them establish true food sovereignty, which is, to me, it's just, growing gardens in your backyard, helping our people grow gardens in their backyard so they can go out and pick this fresh produce, fresh vegetables, whatever they planted. And so in December of last year, I was looking at different grants, and then again, later on that year, March hit and COVID hit. And so a grant just fell in my lap through When Ventures, and they offered me, they offered Standing Rock CDC $100,000 to do 100 gardens throughout Standing Rock. And so in turn, I created a, let me jump around here a little bit. I created a program that set that up. So I, let me see where, here it is right here. We set up this program, Seeding Sovereignty Garden Project. And it just entailed, if you read these, I kind of don't like reading my own stuff or what I'm presenting. So I just kind of like talking off my experience. So the whole purpose of it was just to support, our people here. And with these 100 gardens, of course, it was a big, project, and I was very happy to take it on. And the way we did it was online. And if you could read this part right here, it describes everything that I did, and my coworkers, we all set this up, and we just had an open application online. And so, excuse me. And so whoever applied, they got a 10 by 10 garden, and we went in, we tilled it, we laid down garden matting so they didn't have to weed. We gave them all the tools. We gave them the hoses. We even planted it for them. So I had 2 professional planters that I hired along with 6 other workers. And so we took this task on of trying to complete 100 gardens throughout the whole reservation of Standing Rock. And so it started in, I would say, late May, early June. And what happened was COVID hit, and we were like at 50 some gardens, and everything was going good. One of my biggest obstacles was to get gardening equipment and have it shipped here versus me going into all these stores where I could possibly get COVID. And so that was one of our greatest obstacles, was to get a lot of that stuff here. Excuse me, I kind of have some allergies, but to get that equipment here, and still I had to go in right at the peak of COVID and get all these supplies. And anyway, to make a long story short, we got up to 83 gardens. We got up to 83 gardens, and I caught COVID. I caught COVID right at the end of June. So it was like June 29th or something like that, and I caught COVID. And that's when it was first hitting the reservation. So I caught COVID, and I had to sit out for a whole month. So during that time when I was sitting out, some of my workers, they tested negative to it. And so in turn, they were still working. And so we shut down the whole garden project. I got 83 gardens done throughout the reservation. And then through a FNDI grant that we wrote for too during those winter months, I got funded to plant 8 traditional gardens that entailed, just 15 by 25 plot. And through FNDI, they funded me. And at the same time as I was planting these 100 gardens, I was trying to squeeze in these other 8 gardens, but I only got 4 done when I got COVID. So that set me back a whole month. So when COVID hit in July, when I got it in July, it just, it set me back. So I know I would have completed those 100 gardens, you know, like Wend wanted me to, but they were still happy with my results for getting 83 gardens done. And then through FNDI, the grant that I wrote for the 8 traditional gardens, I had to do a modification for that. And because I didn't complete all 8 gardens. So what I did was in turn, I've been working with NDSU too through hydroponic systems. And I implemented hydroponics throughout the winter, doing some winter growing. And I showed Patty and them some of my kits and everything I have going. So I'm going to kind of jump around here and I'll show you some of my hydroponic systems that I have growing in my office here. They're really cool systems, and I'm very proud to be in partnership with NDSU, North Dakota State University. Great people. I have a really good friend. His name is Nate Brown. He was the one that set me up for this program. And in turn, I got a small grant. I got a small grant to start growing. I started out with 3, now I have 7. And I'm even looking to expand to 4 more growing towers. As you can see, these are the towers here. These are my totes. And there's a lot to putting these together and just watching them grow. And it's all, you know, water filtrated. The water goes up through a pumping system, then it comes down along the along these buds, and water hits the roots, and the roots just grow. But it's a very technical process. You have to watch the pH. You have to make sure that the pump's always pumping, and just a lot of stuff to deal with, you know, as far as lighting too. And but once I got trained on all of it, I was very proud of everything I was been growing. So I've had since I started, I have had like 6 different harvests from these 3 towers, and then these totes I had like 4 different harvests, and I'm continue doing the same indoor growing right now with these hydroponic systems. So I'm very proud of my my hydroponic systems, because every week I have to do a video and share it on Facebook, just honoring my grant obligations. So if you look on our Standing Rock CDC webpage, you'll see a lot of my videos and my work and stuff, and just thanking NDSU and my friend Nate Brown for helping me get this started. So as part of my FNDI grant, when I couldn't complete and I had to come up with this modification, I told them that I was going to do a winter gardening project with these hydroponic systems, and they were very happy to hear that my modification went through. So that was part of my gardening project. Well, one of the most things that I'm very, very proud of is, and I'm just so honored, like I said before, I come from Buffalo Nation. You know, my family on this side over here, they were plains hunters, warriors, hunters, gatherers, you know. And my dad, he was a boxing coach here for a lot of years. So I grew up boxing. I boxed my whole life. I boxed since I was 6 years old. And I started training kids now around here. And that's another venture I'm looking to do, is start a boxing club here for healthy living styles. My job don't only entail food sovereignty, entails healthy living styles and healthy eating styles. So that's another venture. But in June of 2020, FSI had its first buffalo hunt, and one of me and my team, we came up with this idea of purchasing buffalo through the pandemic, through COVID pandemic. And then in turn, we came up with a cultural related thought that, what if we had, you know, so we bought 7 buffalo, and they were all going to be called and given to the tribe as as a need for food, you know, and to bring back healthy eating styles. So what I did was I contacted one of this gentleman's name. It's right here. His name is Ron Brownotter. He's the largest privately owned Native American buffalo ranchers in the whole United States, and he lives on my reservation here. He lives probably about 45 miles south of me on a district called Bullhead District, and he's a proud member of Standing Rock Nation, you know. And in turn, I started talking to him, and he was a councilman back in the day when we first met. And then when I moved back from Montana 3 years ago, we connected again. And so I started talking to him once we had this program all set up. I wanted to incorporate one of our holy men and just have him bless my program. And then in turn, after I bought these 7 buffalo, I wanted to incorporate the youth. And so I started this ceremonial where it's called Becoming a Man ceremony. So I put out an application to all these young men, whoever wanted to take a buffalo, shoot a buffalo, and then give the meat back to our people, you know. And I put out these applications, and, you know, right off the bat, I had 7 young guys. And wouldn't you know, once the time to come was coming up for them to each take their buffalo, there was, out of the 7, there was 3 that backed out because they were just kind of too scared, you know. And it's a big deal. I mean, to take a buffalo, it's a big honor. And, you know, it's truly a gift of becoming a man and so my age group too was from 14 to 21. And so I had these 3 shooters. One was 16, the other one was 19, and then I had a 20-year-old, and then the other 4. Me and my colleagues, we took this big one right here is one that I took, and I was very thankful and honored. And so what we did was every time just before the hunt was gonna start, we would all get out, we would burn sage, sweetgrass, and we would all pray together. And then this young man would get in a truck with Ron Brownotter, and he would take him to the location where the buffalo was, the bull. And in turn, a lot of the times, you know, you would have to get out of the truck. It was kind of dangerous, and Ron would try to stay beside you. And usually these bulls were segregated from cows and calves. And so in turn, you know, it was a good hunt for these young men to experience that. And it truly showed their warriorhood, you know, trying to step into manhood, trying to be a warrior by being brave enough to shoot one. And after they shot one and it was down and we knew it was dead, we went over there and just left that young man alone with that buffalo for a second so he could pray over it, smudge it, do whatever he wanted to do. In turn, I got some blood from that buffalo, and then I painted their face right here. I painted their face red. So that was our whole system with this buffalo and calling these 7 bulls. And as you can see, this price here for a bull like this, I'm also a guide. I guide around here. For a bull like this size for $2,000, that's almost unheard of. And for Ron to do that for the Standing Rock Community Development Corporation, I can't thank him enough, because a bull this size, he could sell that to non-native for $8,000 to $10,000 for that bull right there. And they could hunt that bull and take the whole thing. And I've been on hunts where we took 2 gentlemen out to Ron's, and he charged both of them like $9,000 to shoot 2 bulls like that. So for him to do this for us is $2,000 each for 7 bulls. That was just amazing. I mean, he was the one that truly helped our reservation, our nation here on Standing Rock, by giving us that price and allowing us to take these 7 bulls. So these young men, once they said their prayer and we painted them, and you know, this whole part of our culture was done as they stepped into manhood. You know, we in turn we would load the bull up on on a big flatbed trailer. And then I would take it down to this processing plant in Moldridge, South Dakota. And even scheduling that to make sure that they were ready for that bull on these days, you know, that's a lot of work too in itself. And I was just so thankful that everything worked out the way it did. And so we got these bulls processed, and in turn, we gave those young men the head and the hide just for being a part of my program, which is a very big honor. And excuse me. And so they got the head and the hide, and they also got some meat if they wanted it for their family, you know. So anyway, after all these 7 bulls were taken, I think I had like 5,100 pounds of meat, something like that. It was just an unreal amount. And then in turn, I did a buffalo. I sent out flyers to let the community know that we had buffalo meat. And in turn, we had a distributing. And so what we would do is we got all these bulls processed into a burger and roast. And so we would give each community member that applied for this program and drove up. And this was all during COVID too, that drove up. It was a drive up kind of situation where I had people, me and one of my bosses, we were putting all the meat bundles together, and then we had these people kind of navigating everybody coming in and out. And so in turn, we gave out like, I think the first time was like, geez, I think we fed like over 400 families, and we gave out like 3,100 pounds of meat, of buffalo meat, something like that. It was just, I know I have the numbers and I didn't put them on here, but I still think that that was a great thing, you know. And from then on, I still have probably, I'd say 2,000 pounds of meat left in burgers and roasts. So I have a big kitchen here at my facility, and I keep all that frozen. So in turn, anybody that comes in that needs meat for ceremonial use and just to help in general, to help my people in general, I always pass that out. And then I have a sign out sheet that I could keep track of all the people that I help throughout my community. So as I was talking about the skulls and the hooves and all that, this is right here, the hooves too. So everything was used on these buffalo. I got all the hides done. So the 4 that the young men did not take, I took one. 2 of my good friends took one, and then that ceremonial leader, his name is John Eagle. You people might have heard of him too. He took one, and so all those hides and heads I kept, and I got them all processed, and I got 5 hides. Yeah, 5 hides coming back, and I'm gonna start a winter count on them for my food sovereignty program, a modern day winter count for my program. And then we're gonna also do one for the Standing Rock CDC, a winter count. And we're gonna have it hanging in our conference room along with the skulls. And as you know, we always honor our buffalo and our skulls. We try to keep them pristine, and we use them for ceremonial uses. And like the hooves, I pass those out to the Sundance leaders so that they can make pegs for Sundance, so the men could pierce and use those shin bones, front and back shin bones, to pierce. So moving ahead to not only did with this buffalo, I could talk about it forever. I love them so much. And this picture down here is during DAPL. As you can see, all these people this was right during the fight. And for some reason, the buffalo came to our people at that time. There was a whole herd of buffalo on the opposite side of the fence of the road during that fight. And the buffalo, they all came to our people. And you could see a lot of our people standing there during DAPL. And so my boss, Brian Thunderhawk, put that on there just to represent, that we are a Buffalo Nation. We do come from the Buffalo Nation, and they were there to help us, to give us support in our lives, to let us know that they're there with us. And so every part of the buffalo was used, and I'm gonna continue jumping, kind of moving forward, trying to get my whole presentation in. I hope I'm not taking too long, Patty, and I hope everything is going good. So here again,
No,
my
you're good.
hydroponics. Okay, here again, my hydroponics, and then we'll just jump forward to, you see, this is all part of, so this girl right here, she was part of one of my main planters, and I gave, this is right in the community of Cannonball. So she was one of my main gardeners and planters. So I asked her to take on the project of us guys, me and my son came and tilled this garden. We put that matting down, and I asked her to take care of it. And she planted it, and she planted the three sisters, which was squash, corn, and sunflower seeds. And then she also planted beans, all the traditional foods that we use here on Standing Rock, with some watermelon. And then on the outside here, she planted tobacco. So there was a bunch of tobacco plants, and this was just kind of the beginning. I wish I had better pictures of her, of how it looked after it was all grown out, but it was very beautiful, and she did such a wonderful job. And so the four traditional gardens that I did, one was in Cannonball, one was here in 48. I took care of that one. One was in Wakpala, South Dakota, and one was in Kennel, South Dakota. And in turn, I had to have a community leader, an elder, some youth, you know, kind of take care of it. And in turn, everything really turned out good, and a lot of squash, and you know, corn was growing, and just beans and everything, and it was all given out to the community within that respective district. So moving forward, I also in January, as part, I kind of wanted to get away from, you know, planting and harvesting in buffalo a little bit. So I started thinking, you know, my initiative also deals with healthy living styles and healthy eating styles. So I thought, you know, what a better way to get our community together. So I invited, this is my niece right here. Her name is Lakota Beatty. And this is her right here. She played for Oklahoma State University her first year. And then her and her sister transferred to Oral Roberts University. And these are her accomplishments. She was a Gatorade All-American in high school. Her and my other niece, her name is Ashley Beatty. This is Lakota Beatty. Ashley Beatty was her sister. And they were both just outstanding basketball players. First of all, for Oklahoma, they took their team to state 4 times, and they won 1 out of the 3 times they won state titles together, 1 out of the 4 times, and they got second the other 3 times. So they did a lot together, her and her sister. And so the reason why I brought my niece, and I'll also get to Ruthie here, but the reason why I brought my niece is because during that time when her and her sister were playing at Oral Roberts, her sister was younger than her, and she committed suicide. And so I brought her here to speak about suicide for our community members and our high school boys and girls team here, because we face that a lot here too in Standing Rock. There's been a lot of suicides over the years here, and it comes and goes, and it goes in waves. I remember before I left, like 14 years ago, there was a wave of suicides where 8 young men killed themselves, and they were all friends. So, you know, I remember that, and I wanted to bring my niece in and talk about her experience of losing her sister, my niece. And also at that time, I had this Olympian, Ruthie Bolton. She was an Olympic gold medalist. Oops. She was Olympic gold medalist, and these are all her attributes and accomplishments. She came and spoke too on just the healthy living styles and what it took for her to make the Olympic team, and just to hear her story of how she got to be Olympian, and then to make the WNBA is really a real reality to Native Americans because she faced so much adversity and just overcame it all, and to become an Olympian and then to play in WNBA. That just says so much about Ruthie. And I'm going to try to bring them both back this summer to have a basketball camp. So in the workings, we're having a basketball camp. We're going to have a softball, baseball clinic. We're going to try to have a boxing tournament. We're going to try to have a basketball youth tournament for boys and girls. So that's all coming up, and that'll all be part of my initiative too. Plus, with the whole Standing Rock Community Development team, we're all going to do that together, hopefully this summer, if depending on COVID. So that was one thing that I brought here too, was this, and it really turned out good. It really worked well. And the way I met Ruthie was through a friend. His name was Jay Claymore, and he was the athletic director at Standing Rock in 48 for a lot of years. And he brought her in to the Lakota Nation down in Rapid City to their basketball tournament at one time. And she spoke, and she changes kids' hearts. She has such a good way of relating to kids because she was there and she's a mother herself. She's also speaks on domestic violence. So I'm going to try to bring her back and have her share her story on that too. But here's some of my food distributing. So this one here was just in regards to Great Plains Food Bank. And this was one of the ones where you had to do a curbside drive up and walk up stations. We had to block off the whole road and have everybody do everything, 6 feet apart, and just try to do it as best we could. And we really had a good, successful turnout on this one. And I have another one coming up in May here, May 19th. So since I started, since just this past year, since January, I've done, I think like 7, so almost 2 a month. And that's with those farmers to family food boxes. And every time that truck comes in, it's a major deal. So I would I would hire people to have them help me unload these boxes, to move them into our storage area. And then the following day, what I did was a week ahead of time, I sent out flyers, and I would just let everybody know that I was doing these food distributings, all the district reps. So we have 8 districts, and I would let them know that we were doing these food distributings on a poster, and then we would post it on our Facebook page, on our on any website we could, as far as Standing Rock goes, on the Standing Rock tribal webpage. And we would just I would give out these food boxes. So I separated them, and I would give, I think, 140 some to each district. And so in turn, I can't remember the total number. I think I passed out like 1,144 food boxes during these distributings. And so my next one is a drive up one again, and that's through the Great Plains Food Bank. And that one's just a little bit different because we have a lot of fresh produce, and we just kind of have it sitting out along our building. And then we, in turn, I have someone come in my office. In turn, we have each person take a station, and then we collect all the data of how many people actually come through and actually use, Great Plains Food Bank. And so that was that. And I got another one coming up. So I just love it that I stay so busy and I have such a great team, and just, my people are getting fed. And that's the most important thing, is that I always try to take care of our elders, our widows, widowers, and the less fortunate. And so sometimes I'll have like 66 food boxes left over. So rather than, letting them go to waste, I'll just load them on my truck, and I'll just drive around the reservation and just see if I missed anybody, because there's a lot of people that live on the rural outskirts of 48, Standing Rock. I even helped our natives, our non-natives in Mobridge by giving them food boxes too. So I'm always looking to help, I'm always looking to feed people or just do something good for my people more than anything, because that's the values that I hold in my heart because of my dad and all the elders that I grew up with around here. I've always loved that part of just trying to help and be a good person when it comes to helping your people. And so that's kind of my whole presentation and my spiel on what I'm doing here on Standing Rock. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. And, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for letting me present on this panel, and God bless. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. So thank you.
Ray, can you hear me?
Yes.
Would you talk a little bit about your school that you acquired and the plans that you have for the community within that?
Yep, I will. So I'll just kind of jump back up to this slide. So once this prayer ceremony happened in the sweat, and they were told to start a community development corporation, there was 4 main people that really started it, and they put their heads together. I could be wrong, maybe 5 or 6. But what they did was they just started looking for grants. And wouldn't you know that once they had this big brainstorming think tank or brain think tank, they had it right in this building that we acquired. It's so this building that we're in now, it's an old high school. It was an old district school high school, and it has a big gym on it. It has a kitchen, and it has office spaces. And so once they prayed on it and they started looking for grants, which, these big major funders like Nova, Wend, the Waltons, they all pitched in and they helped us acquire this building through grants and just strategic planning. So once they did that, they acquired this building, and they start just looking for workers. And wouldn't you know, I was so lucky and I was so fortunate to have one of the members come up and ask me if I wanted to do the food sovereignty part of it. And so that's what I did, and ever since then, it's just been taking off, and we're getting bigger and bigger every year. So it's been going for since 16. So now, now we got this building, and we acquired 27 acres through other grants. And now we're looking to start building. We're going to renovate this whole old school, and we're going to just do a bunch of really neat things. So if I'm ever again on another panel like this, I would like to present on that too, on community development, economic development, and everything that we're doing here with not only with this building, but we acquired some land right within boundaries of 48s and right on the main street of 48s. And we're going to try to build some office units and housing apartments. So we're in the means of, doing some great things here. I hope that helped. I hope that kind of gave everybody a little bit of idea of what we're doing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ray.
You've been pretty busy, don't you think?
Yeah.
To keep you out of trouble, huh?
Yep. And one other thing I failed to mention was before I start working here, I have like 30 years of wildland fire experience. So I worked for the BIA for 15 years, and I've seen the whole western side of the United States in fire. And so my background is natural resources. So this really played right into my role here at Standing Rock CDC. And you know, everybody on my reservation here and this pretty much grew up with a garden. I come from a really big family. I come from like, geez, my nose just keeps itching. Excuse me. But I come from a really big family of 11. So, you know, I have 6 sisters and 3 brothers. So, you know, geez, we're a big family. So my dad did everything he could to make us learn how to garden. And so every year we had a garden. So ever since I could remember, like being 6 years old, that's what I did was garden every summer so that we had enough food to feed our big family. So that's how gardening kind of fell into my lap too here. So I just wanted to mention that too.
So you had your own food sovereignty within your household and family. So you're just taking that and expanding it to your neighbors and the rest of the community. So that's good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we have a couple of questions in the chat. And the first thing is, sorry, we forgot to ask for that, to get Ray and Hannah to put your contacts into the chat. So you have that little chat button down there.
Yep.
So if all 3 of you could put up your contact information, and then we have someone who says, you know, you're doing so many great things for your community. Have you done a food sovereignty assessment?
Yeah. So a part of everything that I'm doing here, you know, I'm always trying to record and collect data for my grants and stuff. And so another thing I forgot to mention that I told you yesterday, Patty, was that I acquired my first buffalo herd and we signed the contract a couple of days ago. So I failed to mention that, but I'm very, very honored and just so thankful that I could do that for my people. In turn, I'm trying to expand my herd and then turn it into a LLC so that it could just rotate and I could grow more buffalo. So that's one of my future plans for the buffalo. And then I have a meeting coming up next week with Wend again over the 100 Garden Project. And so I'm hoping to get that grant again and employ like 10 people. And then I'm also going to apply again through FNDI for the 8 traditional gardens and try to expand that, even try to make each garden a little bit bigger, or try to give them 2 gardens and get all 8 districts this year.
Right.
I don't know if that answered your question, Patty.
Yes, it does. And, you know, I noticed, you know, that you really expanded on the traditional food aspect. And, you know, we'll be getting a lot of those things like your corn and old squash and things like that applied into your program. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
it's a lot of the produce that I grew in 48s here for the traditional garden. I saved all the seeds and I have them. And so this coming year, you know, I'm going to expand and just use all that knowledge that I learned. And it's really crazy when you start thinking about your elders. And so how this traditional garden all started, I was invited to a meeting at the tribal office through John Eagle's program. He's a tribal historical prevention officer. Anyway, he invited me to this presentation, and I met these people from Knife River. I met the director and her assistant, and so they invited me, and that's how this whole traditional gardening program came to reality. Is that they told me that if I you know, start doing this, they would help me out with seeds. So Knife River National Park was the ones that actually gave me all the seeds to start these 8 traditional gardens. So, and I failed to mention them. And through my grant, I put them on there, and I let them know, and I'm going to send them my presentation and all my work, just thanking them for helping me with those seeds. So now she taught me to save my own seeds. So now I'm a seed gatherer, seed saver. So that's really interesting to me. And I never knew that the Dakota planted so much, you know, I
Yeah.
never knew that. And it was all because of our neighboring tribes, which was the Mandan, Hidatsa, Rikara. They were
That's right.
neighboring tribes and they helped us. And I never knew that we had our own watermelons and they're just little tiny guys. They have a lot of seeds, but they're really good.
All right. Hannah, if you or Randy are on, I see you. They're muted. Someone asked if you are nonprofits, and I believe that Hannah and Randy are also part of Fort Belknap CDC, Community Development Corporation. And maybe you could talk a little bit about that kind of a program, you know, and how you can collaborate with other tribal programs, etc. You know, a lot of us are in small communities, even if our land base is big in terms of, you know, we have different communities within our lands. And, you know, with the tribal government, you know, you're always involved in one way or another as citizens, right? But there has been a lot of movement to do nonprofit groups on tribal lands, because it's a tool that is allowed to more focus on specific needs. If you'd like to talk a little bit about that. And if Hannah and Randy are within the range of my voice, join us. But anyway, you are a nonprofit and you are a CDC, right, Ray?
Yes, I am nonprofit CDC, yes. And like I said, you know, our initiatives are all based around our culture. And that's one thing that when I took this job, I was very proud of, that they're trying to bring back our cultural ways again, you know, because for myself, missing out on my language, that really hurts me. You know, it's very emotional because I can't speak my own language. And it bothers me that maybe it might be lost sometime and my daughters might not know, my son might not know how to speak their language, you know, but I'm learning and I'm teaching. So I'm very proud of that.
Great. And Tristan, who asked about the food sovereignty assessment, is asking if you've done any community surveys, meetings, or interviews, and use those results to develop your programs.
Yes, we have.
Which I'm
And so-
sure you can't avoid it, right?
Yeah, we can't avoid it through our grantors. And so a lot of the community development that we do, like the gatherings and stuff, like us doing the Thanksgiving back these last 2 years. This past year, what I did due to COVID, through rather than having everybody gather, I ordered like, geez, I think it was like 1,500 turkeys, and then all the fixings to go with it. And then I passed those out in a basket to all our community members throughout our 8 districts. So that was one way to kind of do a survey and keep numbers and just help my community again, you know, versus having everybody gathered due to COVID. And we're really practicing. I mean, I can't say enough about COVID since I caught it and I got the vaccination. I got both shots now. And so now I'm not as afraid of it, but I still do everything I can. And so do all our coworkers here where I work. We all wear masks, and whenever we're in a room, we all have hand sanitizer, you know, separate 6 feet and all that. So I hope that helped.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience, and especially talking a little bit about having COVID yourself. We talked with on our team meeting for Woksape, which includes Pam Kingfisher, who's not with us today on this presentation, but critical part of our program. and Chef Loretta Barrett Oden as well. You know, we realized that within Woksape's fellowship with our cohort, with the 18 of you, that everyone has either had COVID or have experienced it in their family. And, you know, I think at some point when it's all over, we need to have a communal and intertribal ceremony, maybe at the same time, and just remember those who we lost and honor those of you, those survivors that, you know, like yourself, kept going through, made it through. And we know that, you know, that gives you a sacred position for all of us and for all of the people, you know, that endured that. And we know that better times are coming. And I hope you don't feel bad at all about missing 2 gardens and a couple of things, because I think we're all just, you know, have a lot of admin respect.
Thank you. Yep, and you know, here on Standing Rock too, I've lost some close friends to COVID that were my age too, you know, that, and it affects people differently. Like when I got it, I had the symptoms for 2 hours. I had like 104 temperature, and then I automatically almost knew I had it. So I went and got tested, told my boss everything, and my girlfriend was helping me out at the time gathering all this equipment for the 100 Gardens, and she got it. My niece was living with me. She got it. So we segregated ourselves for a month and we just gutted it out. And the whole month of July, due to COVID, I was unable to get I have a small business. I have a fire business too. I wasn't able to get my truck out. And so that kind of set me back as far as finances with my own company. But you know, it's just the way it works. I think Creator puts you in these positions to make you a stronger person. So, and I was very happy to to help my people, even though I got COVID.
Okay, thank you. So next we're going to have Terry Badhand. If I can share my screen.
I think I gave it back to you, Patty. I hope it works that way.
Okay, we'll see it. I was still getting, yeah, there we go.
Well, Patty had asked me if I would speak a little bit, because it's hard for us to do 4 things at once, and she's kind of running this as well as a number of other things. But I was asked to speak a little bit about really our journey that we've taken on in this, I guess, in this community food development. And I guess I would start with where Patty and I met back in Denver at the Denver Indian Center and started the Denver Indian Development Corporation. And at that time in the 80s, you know, people weren't talking very much about community food systems or talking about, you know, food. It was an era with different crises happening in communities. And in Denver, you know, the Indian Center there had lost their home. We didn't have a focus for our programs. So what we ended up doing was putting our heads together and, like people have spoken, you know, try to find grants so that we were able to put together and focus on obtaining a center for the Denver Indian community, which is still operating these many years later. And at that time, you know, housing and, you know, it was a place to focus on our programs for seniors, for young people, for adult education, employment and training. But we found that by having that center and that focus, the community was able to come together and to deal with whatever situations or whatever challenges that they had. We moved down to Taos at the actually invitation from Taos Pueblo in terms of, in 1986, in terms of, trying to do some community development down here. When we arrived in 86, this area was experiencing another crisis, and the crisis this time was, the place where a lot of people were employed, had closed, unemployment was skyrocketing, community was really suffering. So we ended up doing this new nonprofit at that time called the Taos County Economic Development Corporation. And right away, I think Tristan had asked about surveys. When we went out door to door to the community, people were telling us, that they were really concerned about the land and about the water and the losses that, they were experiencing. And wasn't there anything that we could do about that? So we put our heads together again. We visited actually in the far Northwest up in Washington State and saw what they were doing up there. And there was an actual commercial kitchen. And we just put our heads together and said, well, maybe there's some funding and we'll be able to do something that would more relate to the concerns of our community. So when we came back, we ended up raising quite a bit of money to build the TCEDC food system or food center. So Patty has on the screen our Woxape presentation that you can see, because after working with in Taos for 33 years in our TCEDC nonprofit, Patty and I, what were you saying, Patty? Yeah, so Patty and I, have retired from TCEDC, but wanted to continue to share, whatever, we might have learned over all these years that we've worked together, and through the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance, share, with other communities that we're trying to do the same kind of thing. So on your screen, you're looking at the way we went about, I guess, assessing what our community wanted to do. So this is, I guess this would be our organizational chart, if you will, and how we approached community development as a CDC, now focusing on community food systems. As I had said a little earlier, community development can come in many shapes and forms, but in this community and at these times, and even at the Denver Indian Center now, where they have small urban gardens, the issues of feeding our own people and our own family with healthy food, the health issues that we're all been facing, really came to the forefront. So in the 24,000 square foot business park that we were able to build, and we built that with funding from Rural Development, Economic Development Administration, Community Development Block Grant, some foundation assistance. We were able to construct a facility where we could focus, you can see it there, where we could focus on the community food system. As Patty had mentioned, it had been interrupted, and it was really important and very clear that that needed to be what we as a CDC were going to be working on for many years to follow. So you're looking at the Denver, at the Developing a Food Center. This is in Taos. And it's, like I said, it has a certified kitchen, which is 5,000 square feet. Of the 24,000 square feet that we built, the kitchen itself is 5,000 square feet. And we designed it so that it would be, it's not just a commercial kitchen for making value-added products. It's a focus for community activity, for classes, for feeding the people, as a distribution center, as a place where people gather and learn and share. And it was really, I'd say, our baby, because we really wanted to focus on, providing what might be necessary and would be a good link for people in the community to add value to whatever they had in surplus. Because we've always said, you need to feed your family first, and then your neighbors and your community. And then if you have something left over, you can turn, that into some kind of income generating product for your family. We never really went deep into business development because each individual family really needed to increase their income and be able to maintain their culture and maintain their traditions. So, we went about doing this for, I don't know how many years. 34 years, where products were developed as a CDC. We had community gardens and greenhouses and those kinds of things just to demonstrate of how you can transition and do those kinds of things. So right now we're out of kind of order. We're at the developing a product line. Listening to the two speakers or the groups before us in terms of where we're at in 2020 and 2021, and everybody's focus being on feeding the people. It seems like, we're talking a little bit about what the Community Development Corporation can do in order to assist, families and communities and tribes to increase their income, because that's been, we still have to pay for things. So looking at this, the kinds of products and things that came up, well, she just got her face out of there. So, we're having fun with this technology. And since we're sharing this screen and sharing the computer at the moment, I just wanted to say, that our work as focusing on community food systems really took us many places that we may not have thought of at the very beginning. With having the facility and having the focus and having the ability to have people come together back before COVID, we were able to construct programs and to have participation in areas that were most important to the people that we serve. And these last couple of years, of course, we're not at TCEDC, but this last COVID year, the organization still moving along is still feeding people and trying to address the nutritional and health needs of our community. These are just some of the products that we were able to work with families to develop. We had a cause marketing, program that is called Oh So Good Foods, which would bring people's attention to the products that were made in our food center. To the right there, you'll see 3 little packages. That's, some of the local meat that we ended up doing, because we ended up doing not only just for products for growing, we ended up doing a matanza, a mobile slaughter unit. I have to get some water up. Excuse me, just okay.
So as Terry said, the food center was also just, really a community kitchen. And one of the things that we did each month, it's not called the Taos Pueblo Diabetes Workshop now. It is called Healthy Eating Classes for Seniors. And those were developed and were eventually run by a tribal nutritionist. And the point was just for people to come in their van into the food center, spend the morning cooking, sharing their traditional knowledge, and focusing on what has been a huge issue, and that is diabetes. One of the hardest thing in our families, and I have it in my family as well. And it is something that can be really helped with the food that you eat. So this was always a special treat for us. And of course, they'd call us out of the office and, get us to come in and share lunch, and lots of giggles. And it was just extremely sweet sweet thing. And it's been real hard with COVID, not to really be able to gather in that way. So I guess I will say that in the end, I actually appreciate um, the internet and the technology that enables us to at least, communicate with each other.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know, it must be the dryness or the wind or the allergies or whatever. I don't really typically have allergies.
Probably
but-
all of the things.
But for some
combined.
reason, I feel like Ray, I'm over here coughing. But anyway, along with our food center, it became really apparent that there was a lot of, I want to say training or education in terms of making these products. You know what, I'm going to have to cough again. So hold on, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
So our food safety opportunity program is something that was shared with really people from many tribal communities. We were able to, through a Oxfam America group, make that training available and help people to get to Taos and stay there for a whole week and go through these fairly intense classes, because the way that we designed the program, we knew that there was no way we would be able to, really give people the full aspect of what food safety means. And we always acknowledged and recognized that, with all of our food and all of our various ways of making it indoors, outdoors, in a tent, whatever it is, that, generally we didn't kill people. So we had trust and faith in people that they definitely knew the basics of food safety. But when it came to being able to display that and assure the regulators that that's what you were doing, we went to the regulators, the people that were inspecting our kitchen, and preparing to inspect all the businesses. But it seemed equally important for communities to really get that information if they chose to go that way. And, one of the cores which Terry alluded to is that one of the things that we're always concerned with, I was a single mom for many years. I worked in nonprofit world almost forever, and I never made a lot of money, a lot of salary. So the opportunity to take something that you love to do and make it a little business and be able to bring some income into your family is something that's just always important, at least to me, and I think to all of us. So with this opportunity, because everybody can't make and bake and process every single thing that they have, it's just another way of sharing with each other. Even if a little money is exchanged, the idea is still the same, so that we all have a good nutritional kind of sense, and get to eat the foods that will keep us and make us at our healthy best. You should get a glass of water and keep it with you. So anyway, this is just a little snapshot of the class time. It was really great. We did it twice a year. And as I said, we had people coming from many communities to spend the week with us. And we always had a wonderful time. And at the end of that week-long class, it was always really special to do the graduation. And instead of graduation caps, we gave everybody a chef's hat. So some of you that are listening might still have your chef hat somewhere. So yeah, so that's our food safety program. Can you talk now?
I'm gonna try to talk now. And hopefully I won't get interrupted with this coughing. So sure. No, Patty's going to kind of cover this, as we worked with growers and produce and those kinds of things, we also found that the people who were raising animals in our community also needed some assistance. And we wanted to get our local healthy meat into the bellies of our families so that they would be healthy, and that we would have what was necessary to complete a diet. I'm gonna let Patty talk about this because I can feel I'm gonna cough again. I'm so sorry. It's a good thing for shared leadership because this, we're just going back and forward. So go ahead. Or back and forth, as we say in the West. Anyway, yeah, so we managed to, in talking to a lot of our Pueblo neighbors down here, a lot of people have buffalo, they have bison herds, and they were very interested in finding a better way to harvest and process those animals in a good cultural, traditional manner. We managed to acquire enough funds to get a mobile livestock slaughter unit. And somewhere on here, there's a picture of the actual rig. And it's really interesting to me now that this is something that is really happening on several different tribal nations. Oneida just got theirs, and they're using that exclusively for their herd. We also then made the cut and wrap. So what you're seeing here is a picture. You can see here that, from the truck, it rolled right into our little cut and wrap facility that we also built. We got things from Fort Wayne, Indiana, from Trivan. So that cut and wrap was one self-contained unit. And we just wanted to share that, a lot, it was real obvious in Ray's presentation too, how wonderful that is to be able to share that meat with your own family. And with the mobile unit, it goes straight to the field. And we were able, even though we were the second USDA inspected mobile livestock program in the country, we were able to obtain permission and approval from USDA for the tribal people and the elders to do whatever ceremonies, and for that actual harvest to be done by the people that cared for and shared with, those herds. So the truck was built to be huge, really tall, and to accommodate that. That USDA program also allowed then for all of the animal that wasn't just gone to the cut and wrap for the cuts of meat to remain with the people. The same thing was true for the ranches that we did beef and stuff for, because traditional people tend to use and eat other parts of those animals than USDA was used to. But because it was all done on either tribal or private land, all of that animal was allowed to remain within their ownership for whatever they were doing. So that's just a brief description of our mobile matanza and our mobile livestock slaughter unit. And I can just say that most of the healthy meat is really obvious if you look at the way meat looks, hanging in a commercial store or something. It's a whole different food. Okay, I'm back again. I'll give it a shot. So okay, so cooking traditional foods and going back to some of the traditional foods that we had. is also important and another element of putting that food system back together again. And we are so blessed to have, Loretta Barrett Oden, who has been cooking and a chef and famous for many, many years, to come actually to our food center and to do some demonstrations and to work with some of our community and just making cooking traditional foods fun again and important again. So you can see there, that there's, different produce that she is working with. And of course, we work with the corn, beans, and squash, which are the three sisters, and have a lot of focus on reconnecting, if you're unconnected or disconnected, reconnecting with the traditional foods that were healthy and kept our people healthy over the many, many years, prior to all the processed food that is contributing to the poor health of many of us in our community. So, we would definitely work and have members of the community come in, connect, reconnect with what they're growing, and cooking these things. And these days, cooking is such a fancy thing with the Food Channel and all those kinds of programs that bring the excitement back to food. So we figured for sure, Native communities can do this as well, and make it exciting for the young people, because so many of the young people, particularly in maybe cities, aren't connected with the land and the actual food that kept everybody healthy for many, many years. So I'm going to move to the next slide, whatever that is. Again, this is in our food center in Taos, the 5,000 square foot kitchen. You can see how large it is and how many people it would, we could have anywhere from 2 to 5 businesses in there at the same time, depending on the size. But so many other activities can take place in your food center, and whether it's, showing people how to can or how to dry foods, preserve foods. We had many classes that had to do with, the harvest and all the food preservation techniques that you can now use. In these pictures, these are just, some of the community members making and enjoying and sharing, the kinds of food that keep you healthy and keep community together. Let me do the next. So with this work that, on community food systems, and it being something that has been in the attention of Native communities for quite some time, and particularly, we were working with the First Nations Development Institute, there became an opportunity to form a national organization that would focus on really Native food security and food sovereignty. So Patty and I were, part of the founding members of NAFSA, and Terrell and a few others that may still be even on this call were part of the original founding members, whose goal and mission really was to continue the focus and highlight and illustrate the importance of Native American food sovereignty. So NAFSA's been around for a while now. How many years do you think it's been now since it was started?
Well, it's been probably at least 15 to 20 when we all met at conferences and talked about the need for some kind of mechanism to have that national organization that was really focused and kind of be a spokesperson for all of us in terms of all of the things that all of you are involved in doing. And NAFSA is a national organization. They have a great website. It's nativefoodalliance.org. So, take a look at that as well.
Next slide. I don't even know the slide. And this was an international indigenous corn conference in Mexico that I was really privileged to be invited to, and just reminds us, you know, of our relations and how we are all related. And on this whole continent, we knew each other forever. We had ancient trade routes, which a lot of people are working on really bringing those back. And Toka, you know, when it began, was a major inspiration to all of us in having regained and refound the traditional foods and gotten those in the school, and then been able to take them and send them, you know, to others so that we could all enjoy and realize, you know, the vastness and the scope of corn and many of those other foods that are common to all of us, and really were probably more common to some of our ancestors because they used those trade routes and they did share, you know, so it wasn't, those foods were not so new, you know, to some of our elders and those ancestral memories that we've been privileged to be shared with, you know, that we all knew that. I mean, when I heard that chocolate was in Chaco Canyon, they found chocolate, you know, it really brought that home to me in a different way. And the same thing with the macaw feathers, you know, that are cherished here in Taos Pueblo and several of the pueblos, and you know, seeing those in some of the traditional dances, you know, just really opened my mind and my heart to that. So it was really special to be able to be there at that international corn conference. I think we're probably getting slow on time, getting out of time is what I meant to say. But if there are any questions, Ray's still here. I think maybe Hannah and Randy had to go. I know they're really busy. That's our information. And if there are any questions, we're happy to respond. Is there any in the chat box?
Patty, do you want to put in, oh, you just put up your information. I see it right there. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And it looks like Alita just asked a question. Woksapi? What does that mean, that word?
Woksape is a Lakota word. That name was given to us by my grandson, actually. And it specifically says wisdom and doing what is right and true.
Patty, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation also. I would love to be where you guys are at in, you know, 20 years, and that's such amazing work. That's one of the things that I really truly want to do, is get that community kitchen going. So I'll be in contact with you guys also on that. And I just want to thank you guys for helping me out this far.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Again, one more call out to Hannah and Randy. Yeah, I guess their camera is still on, but nobody's home.
All right. And does anyone else have any more questions? We have a couple minutes left, and you're welcome to put it in the chat or jump off of mute really fast and ask Patty or Ray any questions that you might have about their presentations. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, and Patty for moderating that panel and being part of that panel. One of the beautiful things I think about these gatherings are that it gives us a really great circle of networking where we can share best practices and we can come together, meet each other, and then contact each other later about how we can incorporate some of the beautiful work that our relatives are doing in their own communities. And I was really inspired, Ray, by all the work that you've been doing. Your life has spanned so many adventures, from working in wildlife fire fighting to what you're doing now. And I can't wait to hear more about how things develop, and someday see you sitting where Patty is. So enjoying your retirement after all the hard work that you've been doing. And I've had the pleasure of being in New Mexico and being able to see all the beautiful work that they were doing there. And Patty, it was so great to be able to see you while you were still running around and doing all that over there at the office. I'm glad I got to experience that, and that we are still able to access you for this knowledge. Thank you for being available for that, and for sharing and moderating the panel. And I hope
Absolutely.
your allergies get better. Mine are bad.
It just picked the wrong time for having me cough. My goodness.
And we look forward to coming back down there and seeing all of you, and getting one of those big hugs from Terrell.
Definitely. Yeah, we would love
Great to see you too, Nina. I love your work and follow everything you ever share with us. So great blessings to you and your team there as well.
Thank you, thank you. And as I said put in a chat, thank you both. Thank you all for presenting and just showing us what is possible when we have a vision, when we listen to the community and then work together and keep working at it. So I'm feeling a little bit tired. I can't imagine how you're all feeling just listening to you, but amazing work. So thank you so much.
Oh, it looks like, oh, thank you. I didn't see that. There's a hand raised.
Hi, this is Alita.
Hi, Alita.
Hi, I'm a member of the Pascoyaki tribe, and just a lot of inspiring information the last couple of days when I was able to join the sessions in between other meetings and conferences that I had. But years ago, and it's inspiring because years ago I was, and I'm gonna divulge my age, I guess. I was a young person and I was at the Wounded Knee occupation. And there was a elder there who mentioned these kinds of activities, within even something that could stem from there. And he was one of the fellow warriors there at the occupation. And I remember he had a famous name, Bowoka. And when he talked about possible ideas like trading or traditional foods, he said, yeah, down in the Southwest, wouldn't you like to have some salmon? And that's caught in a traditional way, or with the approval of the tribes in the Northwest, the fisher people, because I know there's both men and women fisher people. And I had an opportunity to go over there too, but just sustaining our economies via these kinds of resources that are being established. And at the time, I just was overwhelmed with his vision and thought, how could this be possible? But then, you know, what you mentioned today in your different presentations just gives me that realization and hope that, you know, something like that, that maybe folks in Alaska, for example, maybe they need citrus from the Southwest or other products, because as I understand, an orange in Alaska could be about $8. You know, so just those kinds of things I'm thinking about now. It reminded me of his vision that he shared, and the work that we're all doing in this food sovereignty movement, way of life. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Where are you, Alita?
I'm in Arizona.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, good to meet you all.
All right. Nina, Sterling, are we ready to move on to the Choyaba demonstration? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing. Thank you for coming off mute, Alita, and sharing. It's nice to see some faces. I know we all have a lot going on in the background, so we all can't get on camera, but it's nice when we can pop in and see everyone. I'm in Tucson too, so. And now we're gonna go ahead and get started with Ruby Flores, and she's gonna be doing a choya bud food demonstration for the next half hour until we move on to our closing and blessing with Mikey Enos. Ruby's on there. Yep, there you are, Ruby. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Never gonna do that again, ever, ever. Don't even ever ask me.
That you do so good.
No, I can't do it.
Out of your
Am I on?
Oh, sorry. Dude.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you're on. I can hear you.
Okay, good. Hello, my name is Ruby Flores, and I work under the Diabetes Prevention Program, which is in Sal's, Arizona. We work under, well, the tribe's taking over the IHS, so we're going through a process right now. So today I'm gonna do a presentation on Jordan, which is choya buds. And I know some of you probably have never seen cactus before, and some of you might have. And I'm Navajo, and Skooksaradam is what I learned from the O'odham tribe. I've been here for almost, it's about 40 years maybe. So I had to learn how to learn about their traditional ways. And one of my mentor was my father-in-law. His name was Ernesto Flores. He passed away several years ago. And he taught me a lot, very patient. And so today I'm going to share how to pick Jordan and then how to put a recipe together for the how to use it. So first of all, I'll show you, I guess when I kind of like a picture first. Let me see if I can get it on here. Okay, this is kind of like how we how the desert is. Can everybody hear me? Or can you see the picture? Yes, Nina? Can you see the picture?
Yes,
we can.
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
thumbs up. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is kind of how it looks when you first go out into the desert. everything is cactus. You go out and there's cactus everywhere. And so you're kind of looking at when I first went out there, my father-in-law told me, he just showed me a little bit of it. And then he told me to go get some. So I walked out to the desert and I started looking. And then I thought, maybe this is the one. So I picked him and then I took him home and he told me that, no, this is the wrong one. He told me to go take it back and put it back where you picked it from. So I did. And so then he took me back out there again and he showed me, he took me out there and showed me which one it is. So really, when you really spend time out there, you start seeing the different types of cactus because just by looking at it, they just look all stickery. So he started teaching me which ones are to eat and which ones are not to eat. So that's how I started learning about picking Jordan. So in an autumn way, it's called Jordan. In the white man's way, they call it choya buds. So that's what I learned from him teaching me about the Jordan. Okay. Okay, how do you get back out of here, Nina? Okay, here you go. Okay, so today I'm going to kind of show you how I go out into the desert and pick Jordan. So see if I can find it now. Can you see my picture? No?
Yes, we can.
Nina?
Yes, we can. Do you want to
Okay, so you
expand
can
it?
see it. Okay.
We can.
So,
there we go.
yeah. Okay. Okay. So okay. One of the things that that I learned from picking cactus or Jordan is this is a seasonal one. We we pick them during harvest time, which is in April. So we kind of go out there and see if it's ready or not. And as you can see, the yellow tips, meaning that they're ready to be picked. The flowers are already, it's done. Okay, so you want to get them before the flowers come out. So most of them will come out, a lot of them will, but depending on winter rain too, and the heat. I think that it gets more yellow and more when the rain comes in. And then picking them, you need a wapai, which is a cactus stick that you cut in half and then you tie the two sticks together and you pick them. Or you can do modern rice, which is on, this is me on this picture with the thong. Okay, so you can either use it with the cactus ribs or the thongs, the modern way. So once you start doing that, I tried it both ways, and when you use the cactus rib one, I think you get more stickers for some reason. You get more stickers on you. And so I prefer using the thongs. And you need a bucket to collect them in. It kind of reminds me of picking piñons, but a little different, way different. Piñons you lay underneath the tree and you pick them, or sit on the ground. This one you stand and you pick them. It's really, really amazing once you go out there, and like we all said, you know, we say a prayer for it and talk to it, and spiritually. And when you go out there, you know, it's really amazing. I tell it, you know, that I'm here to make it for our food for the people. And so when you do that, it really makes they start coming out. It's like a miracle, you know. Sometimes I stand there and I don't see anything, you know. Then when you stand at it and you pray, they start coming out. They start showing themselves. It's really amazing. And once they start coming out, it's like a miracle, you know. And you just pick them, and where you just don't want to quit. It's just a beautiful spiritual thing. A woman can just go out there and just pick, and even men, you know, it's a very good feeling when you do that. And so and you know, like, make sure you wear long sleeves if you're not used to the heat, a hat and a water bottle. So but out here I'm wearing no sleeves. But the more when you don't wear no sleeves, it kind of the stickers get on you more. So it's good to wear long sleeve and jeans. Okay. And then this one is you use a screen. After you pick them into your bucket, you pour them into the screen, which you can either make it or you can find something that's similar to a screen. And I was so amazed that I found this little screen in the store, and for $1. And I bought it, and I'm just not, I guess, not as strong as I used to be, where I could used to make my own screen. So I decided to use this screen. And so once you dump the stickers, the Jordan on there, then you start using the shugi. Shugis are there's a lot of shugis around out in the desert, where you sweep. You use that to kind of like a broom or a brush, and you brush off all the stickers off the cactus. And then you clean them. And you clean them as much as you can. It takes a while for you know, just swishing it back and forth until all the stickers have come off of it. And then after you do this, and then you take it home. I usually do it out in the desert, clean it, because I don't want to bring the stickers home because it gets on everything. So
Okay, it looks like I don't know if anyone else is experiencing a freeze on the video. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Nicole, let's hold on a second. Miss Ruby is coming from sales, and they have awful internet there, so she might be coming back right away.
Well, while we're waiting for Ruby to come back on. Oh, okay. It looks like, did she get kicked all the way off? Okay. Well, The plant that Ruby was talking about, the shuggy down below, it's a plant here that there's bushes everywhere, and it grows right alongside with the cholla. So you have your natural tools that are right there in the desert for the processing of the cholla buds. And one of the ways that I was taught how to do it was to make those little brooms and actually brush the spines off while they're on the plant, and then put them in and do the screen like that as well. And the stickiness of that plant is perfect for holding in a lot of the very, very fine thorns that come off into the air and into the breeze, and it catches a lot of those. I just went out recently and checked on the plants. As Ruby was saying, April is the time to go out and check and see what's happening. Was able to get a small harvest. I didn't have a lot of time this year, but it's nice just to go out and see what's going on with the plants here. And my tribal nation is in the eastern woodlands on the East Coast. I'm Mi'kmaq. But just as Ruby is Dene and has come down here and learned from her father-in-law, I've had the opportunity to come here and learn about the medicines and the plants from a lot of wonderful knowledge keepers here, so that I can just really make sure that I'm doing my part in attending my relationship with all of our natural relatives, the plants and the animals, and getting to know the seasons here, so that when I do go back home, things fit into place a little bit more for me there. I don't know if Sterling, if you want to share a little bit about your experiences with cholla buds. I'm trying to see who else is on there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sterling, you're on. Okay.
So, yeah. So, choy buds are jotum. It's I grew up with the I grew up with having it, and where whenever it was ripe and eating just most of it, kind of as a to me, yeah, I just grew up having it and eating it, and just it's really something that no no it's time consuming, but yet again it's something that I connect to back being on the ranch, being there's tons of it, and you know during the year when it's not producing, I grew up with my father teaching me about rodeo and training horses, and sometimes you take those horses that aren't trained, and or sometimes even horses that are not from the reservation, um, and we call them city horses. Sometimes they'll come from Gila River, or they'll come from Salt River, or sometimes they'll come from Tucson or Phoenix, and none of them have no idea what those things are until they actually get stuck. And oh man, you don't want to be on a horse when they first learn about choice. But um, most of the times, most of the year they hurt. But then to pick it, that's what it's one of the memories I have growing up with my grandmother, being able to go out and pick and being shown how to harvest it, um, and being just being just being there. And now of course you go when everybody has to work and school and sports, you end up just missing that time to go harvest it. But this year we actually took not only do I run an apprenticeship program with AHA CSA, but AHA CSA also brings interns, and man, those interns that, I mean, just the town in Ajo just released a paper, and we didn't know that two of our interns are actually valedictorian and salutatorian. Um, and they fed both Ajo, Y, Lukeville, and 7 districts of the Tohono Nation. They gave out over 1 million pounds worth of food, and both came in from pre-made stuff to straight from the farm, and they fed the whole nation. And and of course, when you're doing that for 8 months, every day of the week, 3 times, 3 or 4 times out of the week, for 8 months, and then we reduced our time to doing it once a month. And we took them out. We took them out to the ranch, um, and I explained to them the culture behind it. No, I kind of forgot the traditional story behind the Jotum, and I hope Mikey, if you're listening, share a little bit about that one, a little bit about the Jotum and the history, the legend behind it. I forgot. Um, I just need a reminder, but and they have fun. And to me, it was really nice to share that, and I only be able to take out 2 groups when they're right, and it's anywhere from a 2 week to 3 week window when you can go and harvest this wild foods, um, and it's something it's compared to what people call asparagus. It has that similar texture, not so much in taste, but just the texture. And it's something that for us as autumns, people, when you grow up at home and you have your grandmother or your grandfather, and they teach you these things, they kind of just stick. Sometimes they just like it the way they like it, and sometimes it's plain, you know, sauteed in oil and chopped onions mixed together. Um, Somebody fills up to it, they'll make like a little gravy using the flour and water, and then add some salt to it to give it a little a flavor. Um, we heard people do choya bed pizza. I hadn't tried that yet. I want to do that myself to do a choya bud pizza. Over here in Ajo at the farmers market and cafe, we actually have it uh, in a in a quesadilla. Um, that's sprinkled in there, and just giving giving people that chance to taste something that truly comes from the desert, because it's one of those things that really sharing. It's finding that connection, and I definitely have that connection. Um, Being taught that by my grandmother, and and just having that fun and being able to share that with the families. Where my father has a family of 7, so um, the get-togethers around the time of the year. It's everybody comes together, and everybody's you harvest a bunch, and then when everybody comes back home to celebrate, people it just disappears. So um, it's a memory. It's a food memory that I have, and I still cherish and still want to practice. Sometimes work gets a little out of hand, but this year being able to share that with apprentices and interns was something that you know for me, people that live by them, appreciate it, because there's plenty of people, there's plenty of people that don't get to have them, and I'm glad that Ruby gets to go out and teach, teach the next generation about it. It's something that I'm really grateful for. That that I still have access to it when they're available, and to know that there's other people that share and give out recipes, and there's still much more that we can do with them, um, and like that, we're just passing it down to the next generation that's gonna, you know, take over and create, culinary dishes, or even the next, um, the next normal food. So
So it looks like Ruby just got on again. And Ruby, are you there? Maybe she's on mute. I can't see. I got on my phone and I can't see if she's there or not. But I got on my phones. If she pops on, let me know, Nina. But I went ahead and I.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Finally, I couldn't get back on for some reason. I just lost it. I think it's the internet that's going off and on.
Okay, Ruby, I don't see a picture. Does anyone else see her video?
Okay, let me see. Let me put it back on. See if it'll work.
Nicole, I see something under your tile.
Yeah, I went ahead and got my choya buds ready to boil because I just went out and collected some. And so,
Okay.
so if Ruby wasn't able to get on, I was going to do a cooking demo on the spot.
Can you see it? Oh,
yes, yes.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And Ruby, I just want to I
Okay.
want to let people know.
For some reason, it keeps going off.
Okay, and I just want to let people know that we were planning on ending at 1:15. But if you want to stay on for the rest
Yeah,
of
it should take about maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, if people want to stick around, Ruby said that's just going to last about five more minutes.
Is that
If you
okay?
want to stick around for that. Yeah, that's great. I was going to say we'll just keep on going, but I wanted to let people know about the time in case they needed to jump off.
Okay.
Thanks, Ruby.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so you boil after you clean the Jordan, you boil them. And like I said, don't let it stay too long. The flour will start come out. So usually right after I clean them, I boil them. And then after you boil them, hey, okay. Okay, then you set them out. The first picture is when I first set them out, they're kind of plumpy, fresh. And then after 4 days, it kind of starts shriveling up. So they get smaller as they get dried out. So, and it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to dry. Make sure they're dry. You can lay them out in the sun. It's good when it's sunny and kind of windy, but you want to cover it up so they don't blow away or the birds might get into them. So you got to share with the birds. And then when you're cooking them, after you dry them, see how the first cup, if they're dry. So after you dry them and then you store them in a jar, and then whenever you want to cook them, you reboil it for about 45 minutes until they get soft and back to its normal size. Then you can cook it with onions. You can saute it with onions, garlic, put spices in there. You can cook it with hamburger. Most people like, I know that Toca used to use it in stew and in pico de gallo and salad. So these are some of the things that you can use to put in there. It kind of tastes like asparagus, I would say. And then, like I did, put it on a plate, one with the onions and one with the hamburger. And you can use it with tortillas. You can cook boil some beans, mash it, and have it with refried beans. So that's our famous dish right there. My father-in-law always had me cook the Jordan with the onions and then use beans. We had to have beans every day. So that was our most important food for all them peoples to eat beans. My father-in-law used to say beans is what makes you smart and makes you strong. So and like I said, you know, Jordan is a really good source of food that you can eat, and nutrition facts is it's low, no fat, sodium, no sodium, and then lots of calcium, probably about a glass of milk. And it has more calcium than a regular, if you would say, have a glass of milk, and even more calories for a glass of milk. There's potassium and fiber in the Jordan. And here's a recipe that you can use. I think there's quite a lot of recipes, but we just don't put it down on paper. We kind of just use our, I guess, autumn way of, or our native way of making our own recipes. So, and I think, okay, so how do I get back out of here now? Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, so can you see my picture on the screen? Hello? Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can.
Oh, okay. So I was going to show the dried Jordan, which is, they're really, really small. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see my?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So like this, once you dry them, they're very small. And then compared to a regular, when you boil it. Okay, so these are the two different, how it looks when it's dry, and then how after you cook it. So, and then like I said, I made a plate, and the Jordan is with the onions, and then the one without the onions, which is just plain. Okay, so you can eat it, you know, just plain as is. My nephew always eats them plain. He likes them plain. Or you can cook them with onions. You can put it in stew. There's lots of ways to cook them. Okay. And like I said, you can store it for about a year, over a year, maybe even 2 years. Okay. Is there any questions? That's about it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ruby. And if anyone has any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. Ruby, do you feel comfortable looking at the ones in the chat and answering them through the chat? Because I know Mikey, who's doing our closing and our prayer, I want to be able to respect his time as well and
Yeah.
have to start with that.
Okay, I think I answered the question, which was how long does it store? About, I don't know, maybe more than 2 years. Who knows? I think I've done like 3 or 4 years, and I recook them, and there's nothing wrong with them. They taste the same.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And if anyone else has any questions while Mikey is doing our closing, you can go ahead and put those in the chat and go ahead and take it away, Mikey. Thank you for doing our closing and our blessing for us. It's good to see you.
Skug Inbichuk, good afternoon or late afternoon. Anyam Chigik, Michael David Anthony Enos, Mamjad Ia Wakda, Sanaver Chukshanut. My name is Michael Enos, and I reside here in the community of Wak, which is also in the Sanaver district, a part of the Thanaut Nation here in southern Arizona. over the last yesterday and today, just having some time to chime in and hear some really short conversations. I heard Tosh Collins, moderate the discussion yesterday, and then I happened to hear Mr. Cy Johnson and a little bit of Nolan, but I think a little bit more of Jacob Butler on their take on a lot of information, and so that was really good, a really good thing, and in just hearing Sterling, bringing it brings back memories. It brings back different things that are true, not only for us all of them here in Southern Arizona, but all Indigenous people. And so I just wanted to just bring that up as you're closing your event, and I hope that you continue to do such events because it is important. It is something good to talk about food and to talk about just the trading of things. You know, the last the last few weeks I've been talking about the directions in all of them, meaning the east, west, and south and north, and why they're called certain names. And one thing I will share was that in reaching out to different elders on why do we call the four directions by the names that are given to them, and one of them was about this man, and I'm not going to get too in detail, but in the stories they talk about this man, this dancer that came from another tribe, and he ran all over the land, and he ran from the north to the south, and he brought seeds with him, and he scattered those seeds in different areas and gave it to different people. But when he tried to go back to his home, the people were mad at him. They were mad at him because he shared something that was very sacred and really just for them, but yet it's something that's came down to us, the all of them here. And so so I never had heard that, and now it just throws a lot of a different point of view on how we view the world, especially from an autumn, and and how we are connected, but yet the diversity is what makes us unique. I once heard that, and so I do want to echo that tonight, that or this evening or this afternoon, is that yes, let's recognize our shared commonalities, but also recognizing the differences that makes us unique, and hold that true as much as possible, because that's makes us who we are. And so I thought that was very interesting that I want to share with you. Um, you know, I wish you all the best of luck in this springtime. To the mothers, happy Mother's Day as it is approaching. Yes, it may not be a traditional holiday, but it's still a day to recognize our moms and the Mother Earth. And especially because the females are the keepers of the seed. At least for our point of view here is autumn, that they are the keepers of the seed, and the man is the keeper of the planting stick. He hits the ground, and the lady comes and she puts the seed in the ground, and they sing together to encourage the seed to grow, which is our plants. Um, so there's so much as we are preparing for the rains to come, or at least for here in Southern Arizona. Let's hope for a really good rainy season. And I'm actually going to sing this song. It's known as a Gormity song, a rain ceremony song. And the reason why I'm choosing to sing it is because this morning I had a class, and we logged in, and there's seniors, a group of seniors. And I said, we're going to log in real fast. I don't know what they're talking about. Well, let's just see what they're doing. And that's when Cy Johnson was talking. And then it went over to Jacob, and then it went over to Josh. And then it went back around to Cy, and then we got out. And one of the things I asked, a lot of the seniors, I said, "What'd you think? What'd you think of what it was?" And a lot of them liked it. A lot of them needed to hear it, especially from Cy, about life and about how things are and how things were and how things should be, and the continuation of moving forward. And seniors. Some of us have seniors in our family, or know of individuals that are graduating not only high school but college, and one of the things I share with them is that you need to hear these words. And I used to hear someone say, words are thrown at you because there's something. when they leave our mouth, they can become something. And yes, I too forget, how strong certain things can be. But during this time, especially for them, seniors, they need that encouragement, just like our plants, just like us, and everyone. And so I said I told him I'm gonna sing you a song before we leave, and I said this song's special to me because it talks about the morning, and it talks about the frog. I like frogs, the babat, the frog, and it's saying that they call it soalpuk. Soalpuk is humidity, the moisture, and it says that early in the morning there was a lot of humidity, and there created a cloud in the morning in the east, and then the cloud came and dropped a little rain. Then the babat, the frog, came out of the ground to sing to the cloud that brought the rain. And I told him, I said, to me, that's just a cycle. One thing connects to another thing, which connects to another thing. It's a very unique song because when I first learned of the song, it was during a ceremony where there was only 3 people. One man died already. One man passed away, and his anniversary is actually around this time. His name was the late Nick Lewis from a village called Goroidak, Bigfield. And he was one of the elder men that would sing at the head of the ceremony. And one of them was my godmother and this other man that's still alive. And I thought, sitting there many years ago as they talked about this song, that out of the hundreds and hundreds of all of them, the singers that knew about this, there was only, to me, 3 people left to know the stories and the meaning behind some of these songs. And I remember when they started singing that song and the people going around in a circle, and I could see the silhouette as as the east was starting to become light. And so some of you may be those 3 people for your village, for your clan, for your tribe that hold the secrets of the world. Continue to teach, continue to talk, even though you feel no one's listening, because I feel that every day when I'm looking at a black screen and teaching. And I encourage you, the more we talk, the more you should turn on your screen. Because just like Tash said yesterday, we need that interaction. We need to see each other. And so I'm going to sing this song. And if you are the babat, the humidity, or the cloud, that everything that you're looking for will connect. After today and days to come, the things that you're waiting for, you put it out there and it will come back. So I hope that for not only me and my life and my own and my community, but for all of you. So this is a song about the frog, the humidity, the moisture, and the cloud that all happen in the morning. You have a very good morning tomorrow. Kam hoa se are gua pachoka chewa ki wu hajma. Wachoka chewa to hua hojma. Kataka baba na hina kima. Kam hoa se are gua pachoka chewa ki wu hajma. Wachoka chewa to hua hojma. Kataka baba na hina kima. Wapachoka chewa ki wo hajma. Wachoka chewa to hua hojma. Kataka baba na hina kima. Wapachoka chewa ki wo hajma. Wachoka chewa to hua hojma. Kataka baba na hina kima. Wapachoka chewa ki wo hajma. Wachoka chewa to hua hojma. Jaka Papa na Hina Kima. Wapa Joka Jawaki Wuhajima. Wajaka Jawa Jawa Hojima. Kajaka Baba na Hina Kima. And when the songs end, all of them face the rising sun in the east, and they know that everything they put out there through song and words and actions, it will come back. And so, whatever you presenters and you just showing up today, you put that out in the universe for a lot of people. And for those that need as prayer, especially today, uh, the people who maybe want to come to know a lot of this, to those that want to feel it in their heart, that it does hit them some type, especially those that may say they're lost. But if you're lost, sometimes you're closer to being found. And I think that's a lot of our job here is we wonder why the maker made us the way we are, to remember things, to do things, to just live. But we were given a special purpose. And I forget too in my life because you become tired and lonely. But like the old people say, that it is a lonely job or your work. And a lot of this is our work. It's not our job. It's our life work. And it won't end until the day we die. And even beyond then, our work will continue and even to the next life. And so for those that are born today and those that have passed away or those that are near the next journey in their life, we celebrate and continue to move forward. So until next time, thank you for asking me to do this, and we'll see you again. Bye.
Sapo. Thank you, Mikey.
I would love it if the organizers could all be on camera and just if you want to say a few words or say goodbye to everyone, whatever you like. I want people to be able to see who's behind making these events go on. Nina and Sterling, thank you for hosting us with AHO CSA and for including us all. And Caitlin for all your tech work.
Actually, her her computer just crashed, but thank you all for joining us. I wanted to just thank all the presenters, thank all the folks who were coming in and sharing in the chat, encouraging along the way. It took us a few years to kind of envision this, and then we are doing a gathering every 2 months now, and we wouldn't be able to do it without the support of the funders. So we thank the First Nations Development Institute, we thank the USDA, NIFA, and AMS programs. We thank the Freeport McMoran Foundation, and we thank everybody else who is helping us to host these gatherings and participate and facilitate this knowledge sharing. I am really grateful, really, for everybody sharing the knowledge, and really shout out to Caitlin, Nicole, Terrell, Sterling, for all these folks who have Valerie. Valerie is not here today with us. But everybody they brought in together yesterday. It's been an amazing process, and as we're signing off, we are asking you for one more evaluation. I put the link for the Survey Monkey evaluation of the whole event into the chat box. If you would please take about 5 minutes to give us feedback on what you liked the most, what didn't work so much. And yes, I know it's an evaluation and you might be, Ray, I know you're probably sick of them, but we need to know from you. We need to hear from you because we designed the next gathering based on what we hear back from you. And we are planning the next gathering already. We are looking to have it at the end of June or beginning of July. And if the COVID pandemic permits, that the next gathering might be a hybrid option. There might be an in-person gathering on top of the virtual gathering. We did find the virtual gatherings to be very useful because it allows us to come together from so many walks of life and so many areas across the nation, that, you know, it's sometimes hard to travel places, but we hope to have something like that coming up for you. So please give us your feedback. We hope you got to meet a lot of people. Don't be shy, reach out to them. We will be sending you an email with links to recordings, as well as if any presenters are willing to share their slideshows, recipes, and things like that. Really appreciate it. Thank you for filling my heart and my soul as well with all the sharing and being here. Caitlin, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Power went out briefly. There's a storm here, but I'm back.
Thank you for everything, Caitlin.
Yeah, thank you.
And then Sterling, did you want to say any last words?
Yeah, no, just thank you, everyone. Uh, it was a very interesting event. You know, everything that was shared, you know, it's something that um, you know, something that doesn't happen very often, especially, you know, when people this kind of type of gathering, something that no, no, we all created the space, the organizer, the people, the panelists that created this open space, because, you know, sometimes us native people don't feel comfortable being in non-native gatherings, and you know, and part of it has to do with that traumatic experiences from, you know, our history that sometimes doesn't get acknowledged. And using this technology, using this language that we call English to, you know, make ourselves better, and, you know, using, you know, everything at our disposal, you know, culture, Western culture, and doing our best to, you know, live, you know, the life that we choose to live, whether it's traditional, whether it's modern, whether it's a mashup of both. No, I feel like, you know, for all of us, you know, we're doing our best to move the next generation forward. And then it's so it's so amazing to hear that there's other people doing the same thing. And I'm glad that we're able to, you know, move forward and share that with each others. And you know, and you know, knowing that, you know, there's a support system out there, and people that are in the business that we're doing, whether it's farming or ranching, you know, are, you know, that it's there. And as long as we're able to keep doing it, let's, you know, I always knew that whatever I gained from my elders and from my culture, and learn from, you know, going to school, that I was going to continue to push forward and make things, you know, better, you know. And my prayers is always to every day, and every day I wake up, I know I look at what I can do better, and how can I make this place that I live and call home in the Southwest, you know, better. And how do I preserve, you know, everything that I can. I know I can't do everything as much as I want to, but knowing that there's other people like Mikey and Amy Wan, and of course, you know, and other people, really, there's so many people that are doing stuff that you could just name everyone, but I'm glad that we all come together and we did this. We did this together. You know, this is everyone that did everything together. Nina, Caitlin, thank you for helping and doing this and making this possible. And Nicole, thank you for organizing Terrell. So no, I really acknowledge and give thanks because it's something that um, I I was always taught to acknowledge, that tomorrow's never promised, but today I live today, and I'm grateful for the day, so that I'm grateful enough for every day that how many more years do I have on this earth until it's my time to go, to go and be with those who get lost, and our heaven for those who are religious. No. So I'm grateful. Thank you all for joining us, and appreciate it very much for this gathering, and good blessings to you all. You guys have a good weekend and take care.
Nicole, did you have any final words? Terrell, I'm not sure Terrell is here.
Terrell's here. I saw him on the tail end. I don't know if Terrell can jump on or not. Oh, can you hear? You can't hear me? There. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw Terrell. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me help moderate and bring it together. And everyone have a great weekend, and thanks for leading me into the weekend with like a fresh view and a full heart. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. See you in the summer.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great
Nice
weekend.
meeting you. Bye.
Nice meeting everyone.